Mr. Taufik Abbas, thanks to come in this room, sir. Have a nice sit, sir. We are preparing now, sir.
Yes.
Ini.
North Maluku is one of Indonesian provinces which located in the northern part of East Indonesia. The province has been well known for Indonesian trade route since the past centuries. The region was in the trade route for its main source of spices commodities that have been traded to Europe and other places in the world. Ternate, a small town to get to North Maluku province. Ternate is on a volcanic island, the city surrounding the foot of volcanic Mount Gamalama. Become the fane of an archipelago rich in spices and marine products. Ternate, known as Land of Sultans, the island's nickname in 15th century, it was the traces of the glory of European nation in the time. Traditional dances and custom of Ternate has its characteristic content value and full of social meaning as well as cultural heritage. Ternate has an icon now as landmark Ternate. It depicted the rainbow that adorned the horizon. The location is the pride of its citizens. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Ternate, known in abbreviation as Poltekkes, is one of the first health higher education institutions in North Maluku Province. Poltekkes, in its space to meet the needs of human resource in health sector managed by Directorate Management, has the vision and mission. The vision of Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Ternate to become characterized and professional higher education institution by put forward local culture with national orientation. There are several missions of Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Ternate to improve the quality of education and teaching, both knowledge, skills, and attitude through the implementation of quality assurance system, realizing effective research through the development of basic and applied research, carry out community service through the application of science and technology. Availability of standardized educational facilities and infrastructure through gradual fulfillment. Increase the productivity of educators and education personnel, both in quality and quantity, through training and continuing education. Realizing the good performance accountability of government agencies through the development of transparent and accountable governance of higher health education institutions. Increase partnership in various sectors to support the three pillars of higher education practice. Poltekkes has an integrated library that provides references books, research journals, and other books that can be accessed through online and offline. Has a computer laboratory that supports the implementation of CBT with a capacity of 40 students. Has an integrated laboratory that organizes and facilitates practicum activities for academic community of Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Ternate. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Ternate has the task of carrying out vocational education institution in the health sector that carries out studies both diploma 3 and applied undergraduate. Diploma 3 and applied undergraduate of nursing study program. Diploma 3 and applied undergraduate of midwifery study program.
Pak Mulyadi. Cek Pak Mulyadi.
Diploma 3 of Nutrition Study Program.
Tes Mr. Mulyadi. Cek Mr. Mulyadi.
Diploma 3 Environmental Health Study Program.
Tes skornya nanti
Cek Pak Mulyadi. Tes Kak Mulyadi.
Yes, sir. Hello, Mr. Taufik Abbas. Are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here, sir. We are preparing now. Please wait a moment. After that, we finish the prepare. We will start the meeting. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
For information, sir, while we wait, we will play a profile video from Poltekkes of Ternate. So please enjoy it.
Diploma 3 Medical Laboratory Technology Study Program. Success starts with the courage and step for change. Your step today determine your future by becoming a student who work and serve
So, di luar rumah,
because this is us. This is Health Polytechnic
Jangan dong pakai bahasa
of
Inggris.
Health Ternate.
Cara tahu saya tidak mengerti maksudnya posisi orang pe Inggris juga kan bagus, tapi kan harus ada info. Juga ada moderator so si hello dengan bahasa Inggris untungnya. Oh, ya udah. Sudah kemarin suka materi pada orang. Introduction aja ya. My name. Oke, sudah. Lah. Ini giliran kalau di jadwal itu sekitar jam 1 Ternate, berarti jam 11 sini. Tapi dilihat dari peserta, kalau kayak gini misalnya dikasih jam 8 untuk
Saya sudah dengar.
North Maluku is one of Indonesian provinces which located in the northern part of East Indonesia. The province has been well known for Indonesian trade route since the past centuries. The region was in the trade route for its main source of spices commodities that have been traded to Europe and other places in the world. Ternate, a small town to get to North Maluku province. Ternate is on a volcanic island, the city surrounding the foot of volcanic Mount Gamalama, become the vein of an archipelago rich in spices and marine products. Ternate, known as Land of Sultans, the island's nickname in 15th century, it was the traces of the glory of European nation in the time. Traditional dances and custom of Ternate has its characteristic content value and full of social meaning as well as cultural heritage. Ternate has an icon now as landmark Ternate. It depicted the rainbow that adorned the horizon. The location is the pride of its citizens. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Ternate, known in abbreviation as Poltekkes, is one of the first health higher education institutions in North Maluku Province. Poltekkes, in its space to meet the needs of human resource in health sector managed by Directorate Management, has the vision and mission. The vision of Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Ternate to become characterized and professional higher education institution by put forward local culture with national orientation. There are several missions of Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Ternate to improve the quality of education and teaching, both knowledge, skills, and attitude through the implementation of quality assurance system, realizing effective research through the development of basic and applied research, carry out community service through the application of science and technology. Availability of standardized educational facilities and infrastructure through gradual fulfillment. Increase the productivity of educators and education personnel, both in quality and quantity, through training and continuing education. Realizing the good performance accountability of government agencies through the development of transparent and accountable governance of higher health education institutions. Increase partnership in various sectors to support the three pillars of higher education practice. Poltekkes has an integrated library that provides references books, research journals, and other books that can be accessed through online and offline. Has a computer laboratory that supports the implementation of CBT with a capacity of 40 students. Has an integrated laboratory that organizes and facilitates practicum activities for academic community of Health Polytechnic of Health Ternate. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Ternate has the task of carrying out vocational education institution in the health sector that carries out studies both diploma 3 and applied undergraduate. Diploma 3 and applied undergraduate of nursing study program. Diploma 3 and applied undergraduate of midwifery study program. Diploma 3 of Nutrition Study Program. Diploma 3 Environmental Health Study Program.
Assalamualaikum.
Diploma 3 Medical Laboratory Technology Study Program. Success starts with the courage and step for change. Your step today determine your future by becoming a student who work and serve the community, because this is us. This is Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Ternate.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Siapa Fadlian?
wabarakatuh.
Berapa GP?
North Maluku is one of Indonesian provinces which located in the northern part of East Indonesia. The province has been well known for Indonesian trade route since the past centuries. The region was in the trade route for its main source of spices commodities that have been traded to Europe and other places in the world. Ternate, small town, situated in North Maluku province. Ternate is on a volcanic island, the city surrounding the foot of volcanic Mount Gamalama, become the vein of an archipelago rich in spices and marine products. Ternate, known as Land of Sultans, the island's nickname in 15th century, it was the traces of the glory of European nation in the time. Traditional dances and custom of Ternate has its characteristic content value and full of social meaning as well as cultural heritage. Ternate has an icon now as landmark Ternate. It depicted the rainbow that adorned the horizon. The location is the pride of its citizens. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Ternate, known in abbreviation as Poltekkes, is one of the first health higher education institutions in North Maluku Province. Poltekkes, in its space to meet the needs of human resource in health sector managed by Directorate Management, has the vision and mission. The vision of Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Ternate to become characterized and professional higher education institution by put forward local culture with national orientation. There are several missions of Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Ternate to improve the quality of education and teaching, both knowledge, skills, and attitude through the implementation of quality assurance system, realizing effective research through the development of basic and applied research, carry out community service through the application of science and technology. Availability of standardized educational facilities and infrastructure through gradual fulfillment. Increase the productivity of educators and education personnel, both in quality and quantity, through training and continuing education. Realizing the good performance accountability of government agencies through the development of transparent and accountable governance of higher health education institutions. Increase partnership in various sectors to support the three pillars of higher education practice. Poltekkes has an integrated library that provides references books, research journals, and other books that can be accessed through online and offline. Has a computer laboratory that supports the implementation of CBT with a capacity of 40 students. Has an integrated laboratory that organizes and facilitates practicum activities for academic community of Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Ternate. Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Ternate has the task of carrying out vocational education institution in the health sector that carries out studies both diploma 3 and applied undergraduate. Diploma 3 and applied undergraduate of nursing study program. Diploma 3 and Applied Undergraduate of Midwifery Study Program. Diploma 3 of Nutrition Study Program. Diploma 3 Environmental Health Study Program. Diploma 3 Medical Laboratory Technology Study Program. Success starts with the courage and step for change. Your step today determine your future by becoming a student who work and serve the community because this
Saya
is
tulis
us.
ketik nama saja kah atau
Ternate.
nim begitu kah atau nama saja?
Inazuma shines eternal. All the world holds dear
We wish to welcome the resource person, Sultan of Tidore, Majesty Haji Hussain Alting Shah SAMM, Mrs. Dr. Amna Javid from University Faisal Abad, Pakistan, Mr. Romel Rufus Aldaba Lopez, MHNAR from University Makati, Philippines, Mr. Dr. Insinyur Udrek SAMSC as a Director of Disaster Risk Mapping and Evaluation, Badan Nasional Penanggulangan Bencana Republik Indonesia, Mr. Taufik Abbas STMSI as a Head of Disaster Preparedness, Badan Penanggulangan Bencana Daerah North Maluku, and Mr. Wasis Nugroho as Governors MCAP as a Lecturer Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Ternate. Attention please, for the smooth running of international seminar today, we urge all participants in the seminar room to turn off or mute their microphone during the event. Thank you. International Seminar Global Disaster Management Opening Ceremony, held Polytechnic Ministry of Health Ternate, Thursday, 16th of December 2021. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Subajo. Before the event starts, allow me to read the following safety briefing. The media for this seminar is Zoom. Some participants are set as attendees. If the device you are using secure, if using the safe distance according to the health protocol. In case of earthquake or fire, please stay calm and don't panic. Follow the safety In case of an emergency, earthquake or fire, please stay calm and don't panic. Follow the safety instruction as directed by Badan Nasional Penanggulangan Bencana. For Muslim women who wear hijab, make sure the hijab has been worn before activating your video Zoom. And make sure the condition of your device is in a battery charge state and there is an electrical connection to recharge the battery so that it follows the material properly. Ladies and gentlemen, and good morning. Welcome and thank you for dialing in for our international seminar today. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Rasdiana Muhlis from Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Ternate. I'll be responsible for hosting this seminar today. I'm glad to welcome our keynote speaker, Honorable Sultan of Tidore, Majesty Haji Hussain Alting Shah SAMM, Honorable Director of Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Ternate, Mrs. Rusni Muhammad SPD MKes, and honorable to all speakers and also all of the committee who I'm prof. Now, let's begin this program by listening to the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. For all the participants, please have a good position, perfect sitting. Ladies and gentlemen, I immediately invite the Director of Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Ternate, Mrs. Rusni Muhammad SPD MKes, to deliver the welcoming speech and continue for the opening of the international seminar today. So, for Mrs. Rusni Muhammad, time's yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang saya hormati dan yang saya muliakan, Sultan Tidore, Bapak Husain Altim Sah SEMM Subajo. Terima kasih yang atas kehadiran dan dukungan Bapak pada kegiatan kami. Alhamdulillah sudah mensupport kami sudah kedua kalinya untuk kali ini. Yang saya hormati para narasumber, Mrs. Dr. Amna Jafet from University Faisalabad, Pakistan. Yang saya hormati Mr. Romel Rufus Aldaba Lopez, Master of Art in Nursing Registered Nurse from Central Escolar University Makati, Filipina. Yang saya hormati Dr. Insinyur Udret SEMSC, Direktur Pemetaan dan Evaluasi Risiko Bencana BNPB Republik Indonesia. Yang saya hormati Bapak Taufik Abbas STMI MSI, Kepala Badan Penanggulangan Bencana Daerah Provinsi Maluku Utara. Yang saya hormati Bapak Wasis Nugroho SKEP NS MKEP, dosen jurusan keperawatan Poltekkes Kemenkes Ternate, para wakil direktur 1, 2, dan 3, para kepala pusat, ketua jurusan, kesubag, ketua prodi, K-unit, dan seluruh peserta seminar yang saya banggakan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, dan salam sehat bagi kita semua. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin wala alihi wasahbihi ajmain amma ba'd. Puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, karena atas rahmat dan karunia-Nya kita dapat bertemu, bersilaturahim dalam rangka kegiatan seminar internasional dengan tema Global Disaster Management, dan tak lupa pula salawat serta sallallahu alaihi wasallam, keluarga, sahabat, dan para pengikutnya hingga akhir zaman. Alhamdulillah kita semua masih dipertemukan dalam keadaan sehat walafiat, walaupun saat ini kita masih dengan pandemi COVID-19 yang berkepanjangan dan berdampak luas. Bukan hanya pada aspek kesehatan, namun juga ke aspek-aspek lain, misalnya lingkungan, sosial, dan ekonomi. Para peserta yang berbahagia, pertama-tama, saya beserta Sivitas Akademika Poltekkes Kemenkes Ternate ingin mengucapkan selamat datang kepada para narasumber dari Filipina, Pakistan, dan Indonesia, tidak mengurangi makna dari kegiatan pada hari ini. Para peserta yang saya banggakan, tema yang diangkat pada hari ini sangat relevan dengan kondisi negara saat ini. Yang menurut data dari BNPB selama tahun 2001 telah terjadi kurang lebih 2.000 kali kejadian bencana. Kota Ternate pada khususnya merupakan salah satu wilayah rawan bencana. Hal ini dikarenakan Kota Ternate berada pada interaksi 3 lempeng besar dunia, yaitu lempeng Eurasia, lempeng besar dunia lempeng Eurasia, lempeng Hindia, Australia, dan lempeng Pasifik. Kota Ternate juga termasuk dalam salah satu daerah yang dilewati oleh Pacific Ring of Fire. Para peserta yang alhamdulillah pada saat itu masih mengikuti, kita semua menyadari bahwa bencana alam merupakan peristiwa alam yang dahsyat dan sering membawa tragedi dan penderitaan bagi umat manusia. Tragedi dan penderitaan besar bagi umat manusia, energi luar biasa yang dilepaskan oleh alam bisa memporak-porandakan hasil jeripaya manusia selama puluhan tahun dan menelan banyak korban jiwa. Bencana tersebut bisa berupa gempa bumi, tsunami, letusan gunung berapi, banjir bandang, tanah longsor, kebakaran hutan, dan lainnya. Yang sebagian merupakan dinamika alam dan sebagiannya lagi dipicu oleh ulah manusia. Dalam upaya mencegah dan mengurangi dampak dari bencana yang terjadi diperlukan sebuah sistem penanggulangan bencana. Sistem penanggulangan bencana adalah suatu proses dinamis, berlanjut, dan terpadu untuk meningkatkan kualitas langkah-langkah yang berhubungan dengan observasi dan analisis serta pencegahan, kesiapsiagaan, penanganan darurat, rehabilitasi, dan rekonstruksi yang diakibatkan oleh bencana. Para peserta yang berbahagia, menyikapi hal tersebut pada kesempatan ini, Center of Excellence Poltekkes Kemenkes Ternate melaksanakan kegiatan seminar internasional dengan judul Global Disaster Management dengan tujuan untuk menciptakan masyarakat yang memiliki pengetahuan, pemahaman, keterampilan, serta peduli dengan hal-hal yang berkaitan dengan kebencanaan, yang dalam hal ini yang disebut dengan sadar akan bencana. Sehingga penanganan terhadap bencana dapat lebih cepat, tepat, dan dapat meminimalisasi kerugian yang ditimbulkannya, serta untuk mewujudkan wilayah yang tangguh terhadap bencana. Saya sangat mengapresiasi kegiatan seminar internasional ini. Terima kasih untuk panitia dan seluruh Sivitas Akademika yang sudah melaksanakan kegiatan ini. Saya atas nama pimpinan dan seluruh Sivitas mengucapkan terima kasih kepada para narasumber yang sudah bersedia bergabung bersama kami, dan tak lupa pula kami memohon maaf apabila dalam proses kegiatan ini ada hal-hal yang kurang berkenan. Demikian yang dapat kami sampaikan. Semoga Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala senantiasa menjaga kita dalam lindungannya. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to Mrs. Rosni Muhammad SPD Kemenkes for the welcoming speech and the official opening of this international seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, next, welcome speech from the keynote speaker, Sultan of Tidore, Haji Husain Altingsah, SEMM. So, please welcome Majesty Haji Husain Altingsah, SEMM.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua, warga bangsa Indonesia, para undangan sekalian yang sama berbahagia, yang saya hormati. Pertama-tama saya mengajak kepada kita semua untuk tak henti-hentinya memanjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan yang Maha Pengasih lagi Maha Penyayang, karena atas kudrat dan iradahnya, izinnya jualah pada pagi menjelang siang ini. Kita semua diberikan kekuatan lahir dan batin untuk dapat melaksanakan tugas-tugas kemanusiaan kita di pentas dunia yang fana ini. Dan segala aktivitas yang kita lakukan pada hari ini, insya Allah mendapat rahmat, mendapat perlindungan, mendapat izin dari Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, termasuk pelaksanaan seminar tentang Global Disaster Management Poltekkes yang dilaksanakan oleh Poltekkes Kemenkes Ternate. Bapak Ibu yang sama berbahagia, salawat dan salam juga marilah sama-sama kita sampaikan kepada junjungan kita tercinta lebih besar Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam dan juga kepada nabi-nabi yang lain. Semoga dengan asbab salawat tersebut insya Allah menjadi barakah bagi kita baik di dunia maupun kelak nanti kita kembali kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Bapak Ibu sekalian yang saya hormati, kita mengetahui bahwa kondisi bangsa Indonesia pada saat ini, khususnya untuk Maluku Utara, bahwa beberapa pulau yang ada di Maluku Utara adalah pulau-pulau yang rawan akan bencana. Dan oleh karena itu, saya memberikan apresiasi atas pelaksanaan seminar tentang bagaimana mewaspadai gempa yang datang menimpa warga di Maluku Utara. Dan oleh karena itu, pada kesempatan yang berbahagia ini, saya pertama-tama memohon maaf karena mungkin Bapak Ibu menunggu, saya baru saja mendarat dari Makassar menuju Jakarta, kemarin mengikuti seminar di sana, dan pada pagi hari ini saya harus melaksanakan tugas yang diamanatkan kepada saya sebagai anggota Dewan Perwakilan Daerah yang mewakili Provinsi Maluku Utara di Jakarta, dan pada hari ini adalah sidang paripurna. Sebentar nanti saya harus bergeser, dan oleh karena itu pada kesempatan yang berbahagia ini para undangan sekalian bahwa daerah Maluku Utara daerah yang termasuk beberapa tempat rawan akan gempa dan bahkan sudah pernah terjadi gempa, dan ada beberapa daerah tertentu seperti Jailolo, Halmahera Utara dan sebagainya adalah daerah-daerah yang setiap saat mendapat gempa. Dan oleh karena itu, begitu juga ada daerah-daerah yang rawan banjir seperti daerah yang ada di Sula, Taliabu, Halteng, dan seterusnya. Kemudian dampak-dampak bencana itu tentu sangat mengganggu aktivitas kehidupan masyarakat yang ada di Maluku Utara. Kita belum punya manajemen bagaimana untuk menata, mengatur efek dari bencana ini. Walaupun ada, itu masih bersifat parsial, masih bersifat sederhana, dan tidak dimanage secara profesional, secara modern dan baik. Saya pernah sampai diundang oleh Universitas Hawaii University di Hawaii, bagaimana mereka menata, memanage bencana ini dengan cara yang begitu baik dan profesional, dan pemerintah memberikan perhatian yang sangat luar biasa. Saya berharap dengan seminar ini dapat menggugah pemerintah di semua tingkatan BD-nya secara maksimal, karena ini bukan sesuatu yang kebetulan, karena ada bencana. Kalau kita mendefinisikan bencana, ada sesuatu yang datang tiba-tiba, tapi ada sesuatu yang sudah menjadi sesuatu yang sudah pasti setiap saat. Bahkan dalam satu hari itu bisa beberapa kali terjadi bencana. Dan oleh karena itu saya melihat belum seriusnya pemerintah untuk menaruh ini di dalam APBD-nya secara serius. Jadi kadang-kadang begitu terjadi bencana, pemerintah juga tidak terlalu waspada karena memang tidak siap begitu, termasuk di dalam penganggaran untuk mengatasi bencana ini. Dan ini tentunya sangat merugikan pihak masyarakat. Marilah kita berkaca kepada Eropa, kita berkaca kepada Amerika dan negara-negara yang sudah maju di dalam memanage persoalan yang satu ini, persoalan bencana ini. Karena yang diurus ini bukan hanya binatang, tapi manusia. Marilah kita perlakukan manusia dalam posisi kemanusiaannya yang sebenarnya. Ya. Kita melihat misalnya di negara-negara maju, mohon maaf, saya harus berkata agak sedikit keras, di negara-negara maju, misalnya binatang saja diperlakukan, diberi makan, ditempatkan pada tempatnya yang sangat terhormat. Saya pernah di Eropa, dan pada hari ini banyak peserta seminar juga yang datang dari luar negeri, bagaimana orang-orang Eropa memperlakukan binatang peliharaannya ketika naik pesawat, ditempatkan pada tempat, pada kandang yang khusus, kemudian diberi makan, kemudian hak-hak kebinatangan itu termuat di dalam undang-undang. Nah, ini bicara tentang bencana, ini kita mengurus tentang kemanusiaan, tentang manusia. Seharusnya pemerintah lebih serius nih, memberikan porsi anggaran yang pas untuk ini semua. Baik di dalam bencananya, kemudian menyangkut dengan masalah-masalah teknis lainnya, seperti kesehatan dan sebagainya. Sehingga itu porsi menyangkut dengan pendidikan tentang bencana ini juga harus dimuat. Pendidikan tentang bagaimana pentingnya kesehatan bagi warga yang terkena bencana juga itu harus disiapkan semuanya. Nah, kalau itu tertata dan terkelola secara baik, saya yakin masyarakat juga akan siap menghadapi segala kemungkinan yang terjadi atas bencana ini. Bapak Ibu sekalian yang saya hormati, itu lagi pengantar dari saya. Mudah-mudahan seminar pada pagi menjelang siang ini insya Allah berjalan dengan baik dan sukses, dan semua yang berpartisipasi di dalamnya bisa mendapat pengetahuan yang baik dan maksimal sehingga memanage bencana ini dapat dilaksanakan dengan sebaik-baiknya. Terima kasih atas semua atensi dan perhatian dari Bapak Ibu sekalian. Semoga Allah Subhanahu wa taala merahmati dan memberikan yang terbaik bagi kita yang ada di Maluku Utara. Sekian, fastabiqul khairah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Suku dofu.
Terima kasih Pak.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to Majesty Haji Hussein Alpingsah SEMM for this speech. Ladies and gentlemen, next, a group photo session as a documentation of today's activities. For that, we ask for your willingness to activate the video Zoom. I will guide the photo session on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on the next session. For the next session, we will answer the core activities of today's international seminar, which will be guided by our moderator, Mr. Mulyadi SKM MKL. So, for Mr. Mulyadi SKM MKL, time's yours.
Okay. Thanks to the Master of Ceremonies, Ms. Rasdiana Muhlis. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Please have a nice seat. Thank you very much for preparing yourself to join our seminar. Before we start this presentation session, I will read the rules in this webinar room. Please show the rules of the webinar. Okay. This is the rules of this international seminar. First, participants can join this seminar by using Zoom call meeting platform and YouTube channel Poltekkes Kemenkes Ternate. Participants are required to rename the Zoom account into country_real name during this virtual meeting. Example, Indonesia_Fuad Albat. Participants are requested to deactivate the microphone during this session. Participants can ask the speaker via chat box by following the format names_country, speaker name, to whom the question is asked, and _questions. Attendance form will be delivered in the chat box after the opening. Certificate requirement. Participants should fill in the attendance and evaluations form. Participants should full name in a capital letter in attendance. Thank you. All participants are expected to obey the rules that have been read out. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. The Honorable Director of Health Polytechnic of Ternate, Ms. Rusni Muhammad, SPD MKes, Sultan Tidore, Our Majesty Haji Hussein Alpingsah, SEMM, and all presenters and participants of this seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Mulyadi, the moderator of today's seminar. I'm very pleased to see, hear, and welcome all of you to this seminar. Today's seminar is about global disaster management. Today, we have 5 presenters starting from the Director of Disaster Risk Mapping and Evaluations, Dr. Insinyur Audrey, SEMSC. Second, Clinical Instructor and Lecturer, Community and Coordinator of Central Escolar University, Makati, Mr. Romel Rufus Aldaba Lopez. The third is Lecturer in Faculty of Science and Technology, University of Faisalabad, Dr. Amna Javed. Next, Health Disaster Preparedness, National Board for Disaster Management, North Maluku, Mr. Taufik Abbas, ST MSE. The last but not least, Head of Center of Excellence at Health Polytechnic of Ternate, Mr. Wasis Nugroho, SCUP Nurse MCUP. Before the presentations begin, let me inform how the presentations will be going on. First, the speaker will be invited to present the material. After that, there will be question and answer sessions about 15 or 20 minutes and followed by conclusions. Now, allow me to welcome the first speaker, Dr. Insinyur Audrey, SEMSC, to deliver his presentations about Indonesian National Standard for Pandemic Disaster Management System. For information, Dr. Insinyur Audrey, SEMSC, is the Director of Disaster Risk Mapping and Evaluations in National Board for Disaster Management in Indonesia. He completed his bachelor's study in Geophysics, Institut Teknologi 10 November, and complete his master and doctorate in Marine Geology, Geophysics, Faculty of Science, the University of Tokyo. He has a lot of experience in the disaster field that I cannot mention one by one. Dr. Insinyur Audrey, SEMSC, the time is yours. Please, sir.
Thank you very much, Bapak Mulyadi,
Yes, sir.
to give me the opportunity. I would like to thank to all of the distinguished ladies and gentlemen for this international seminar for global disaster management. I would like to present something that may be related to the health. It is not directly just for natural disaster, but I think this presentation also can be implemented for natural disaster because of the seminar held by the university or the institution that has something to do with the health. So it is very important, I think, for us to also understand one of the activities in BNPB regarding to the handling of the pandemics. So my presentation is regarding to the Indonesian National Standard for Pandemic Disaster Management System, because I think it is very important, because until now we also still not in the pandemic condition, and when we have a natural disaster, the activities also still need to follow the health protocol. So this standard, I think, is quite important for us to take into account. So this is our background. As we know that we have Indonesian National Management Agency or BNPB has a lot of experience to manage the natural disaster. According to the regulation, actually, all of Indonesian National Management Agency has a responsibility for all kind of disaster, including the pandemic or other related disaster. So the way to handle COVID-19, for example, is much different from natural disaster. So we have suffered a lot for this, including the livelihood to the decreasing of the capability to fulfill of the daily life. Also, of course, we also have already lost a lot of life. And what COVID-19 teach us a lot of lesson learned. One thing that we BNPB think, we need to have a standard procedure system that can be used for Indonesian resilience for pandemic. Compared to a natural disaster, I think pandemic is much difficult to handle. It take until now will become 2 years, and let's say we have a big earthquake like Aceh earthquake, but even for Aceh earthquake, we only happen some minutes, but in pandemic, we have suffered for all of Indonesian with very long.
I'm sorry, sir. Pardon me.
Yep.
Your presentation is not showing up in this room meeting.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
It's working right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead,
So
sir.
I would like to continue. So for this reason, so we in 2021 we developed Indonesian national standard for pandemic management system, and we hope that we will soon release this standard at the end of this year or at the beginning of 2022. And so I would like to give such kind of brief information about this standard, because everything that we need to do is we need something that like procedural standard to overcome every activities on disaster. So in general, when we talk about disaster management systems, there are about 6 points that we need to take account. First is regulation. The second is planning. The third is financial. The fourth is institution. Number 5 is capacity, and other is how we do during the disaster management, pre-disaster, emergency response, and after. So it is what we call as a system, disaster management system. Every disaster need to take to understand and also make a checklist about this 6 subsystem. So what is the standard? Standard are the distilled wisdom of people with expertise in their subject matter and who know the needs of the organization they present. So it is the standard. We mostly understand that now if we have institutions that have ISO standard, let's say, it will we can understand that they have already fulfilled that standard. So the key principle is a response to the need of the market based on expert opinion, developed through a multi-stakeholder process and based on the consensus. So it is in general what we call a standard. And for the our pandemic standards system, so it is the timeline. Mostly we need about 11 months to create the standard until publication. It is until now still not published, just maybe some weeks we will soon publish this. So what inside the what we call is standard national Indonesia, a structure of emergency preparedness and management system of an epidemic. So it is of the list of content, but I will try to inform you briefly inside the document. So first is about the scope of the document. So this standard stipulate the implementation of the epidemic disaster management system, but excluding a transnational pandemic and animal disease outbreak because they are still sectoral. The epidemic disaster management system includes the entire pre-disaster and disaster emergency stage. So this both is mainly stated in this standard. And the standard can be implemented and used as a benchmark for all of the ministry, government, local government, stakeholder, because standard actually in general can be used as a procedure in any activity. So to make this standard, we need to understand about a lot about the existing standard that have already published in locally and also in internationally. That we know that internationally we call as ISO. And so sorry, maybe I need to change first. It seems that I opened the wrong one. Wait for a minute.
Okay, sir. Take your time.
Yeah, it is in Indonesian language. Is it okay if I talk in Indonesian language?
Yeah, it's okay, sir. No problem.
Okay. Because it will take a time also. I already have English version for all actually. But let I check it first. Sorry, I think I missed to save the file. So, okay, so maybe some in English and some in Indonesian language.
Yeah.
So I will continue it.
It's okay, sir. No problem. You can use two language, Bahasa and English. It's okay. I think it is not being a good problem.
Yeah, okay. So another is the escalation. I think it's already referenced. Yeah. So as you know that it is very important during the escalation of this pandemic condition. So as we read here, it is some part that we need to take care about how the case is increasing and also how it is trigger about the epidemic. So how the local government give a statement about the warning and etc. So it depends of these 3 points about the how the spread of the pandemic, epidemiologic research, and also timeline about how fast this spreading occur. So the indicators, we have 2 indicators that need to understand. So if this indicator is over the limits, so we state it as catastrophic epidemic. So the epidemiologic indicator and response capabilities process about number of positive confirmed case, patient rate, deaths, and also chain of transmission. And from the response capabilities, it is general in natural disaster also same availability of the facilities and infrastructure, service and utility capabilities, ability to mobilize resource and funding, and also socio-economic impact. So for this, something that every local government need to understand about the local capacity is regarding to 3 points. both the ability of resources, the capability of local government, and also the capability to handle this emergency response. So it is points that we need to understand about the three information that local need to take into account for this three point. So in this standard, so we mostly focus on these two steps in the implementation. Of course, on the state of the emergency response, and the second is after the disaster, or we call it like a rehabilitation and reconstruction if in natural disaster. So based on the changing of the escalation, we have a three-step, of course, the same as natural disaster. The level in the region, regency, in the province, and also in national. Every step, of course, has their planning, depend on the how the local can handle first. If it is cannot be handled, so national maybe need to support. So instead of the handling of epidemic disaster, the implementation of epidemic disaster management is a cycle. So it is all of us understand that it is a cycle that can change depending on the escalation of the escalation. Like what we have done in COVID, when the epidemiologic curve rise, the epidemic, and also when we can flattening. But after the flattening, we have a second wave and a third wave, something like that. So it is, of course, the handling will become different during time to time. And so it is what I have informed before. The pre-disaster, we have a three step: prevention and preparedness, early detection, warning, and early handling of epidemic disaster. In emergency responses, we have emergency management, limitation of transmission, spread, rescue and evacuation, risk communication, resource support for emergency, and internal audit. So in this standard, we try to give some point that can be as a guidance for every people, especially for the local government, central government institution, to work based on this standard. So it is of the something that, of course, we very important is the financial resources, and also local government, national government, legal entities, authorities must carry out the two main subsystem. Legal entities and non-government authorities or stakeholder must support the government to be able to carry out the handling stages. Like in COVID and also in natural disaster, we understand that this disaster, we need to work together. So no one institution or just a group that can handle. So everybody has the capabilities to help to follow the rule, so we can handle this disaster as soon as possible. First, in the early detection warning, so the government regional need to understand about the preparation or access to information regarding first the epidemiological surveillance system, and the second is investigation, search for the source of the cause through a laboratory confirmation and integrated mode of transmission of the disease. And in early handling, there are 5 points that we need to understand. First is about the rapid assessment of the epidemic disaster. B is early handling of disease cases with potential outbreak. C is cross-sectoral coordination. It is very important and also very hard to be implemented. And prevention at the entrance of region and countries. And the N is early analysis of the ability of health services and facilities and health emergency planning in accordance with SNI 7973. So we have a lot of actually the national standards that also support this system. And for the emergency management, the government need to local government and legal entities do the following to the self-preparation and implementation or mobilization providing access to these 5 points: integrated rapid assessment, emergency status statement, activation of command system, preparation of operation action planning, and also the updating of the measure of handling epidemic. So if we look like this, so we can compare what we have right now and what we need to, we must need to complete our capabilities. And the limitation of the transmission spread, we have this 6 points that to be understood by us and to be implemented. First is the implementation of isolation cases, B, implementation of quarantine measure, C, implementation of identification, the selective culling of suspected infected animal and fish of litter, and examination of disease carrying factor, and also risk factor control. So we try to make it, actually it is only the umbrella for a big point that need to be stated in other standard in more detail, because it is just for the general, or what we call it is the like the matter of standard or something like that. So and in the rescue evacuation also we have 6 points like this. Maybe I just try to show in general what we have in our standard, and also the risk communication and public participation. It is also one of the strategies that right now we still try to do during the COVID-19, how we communicate the risk and health, and hope that people will follow the health procedure. So and also here about the resource support that we need for emergency response to epidemic disaster. A lot of point also has some is already has a different standards that can be followed, and also the internal audit. It is also very important for us in during the emergency response. And we of course we need to understand when we can terminate of the emergency status of the epidemic disaster. So it is also mentioned how we measure the government, local government, and legal entities need to monitor and evaluate, of course, and check the escalation from the state of disaster emergency. Right now we have what the escalation of epidemic, but right now we still hope that because of the another wave that we look at the international condition right now. So it is one of we need to take into account about the our de-escalation. It is really in the end or still ongoing. And another one is after the revocation of the emergency status, the post-epidemic recovery process mentioned above can also be carried out in accordance with the technical standard and provision of each government, local government, non-governmental legal entity during normal time without escalation of the danger of infectious disease, epidemic, and disaster. So it is all of what we have right now. It is, I think, it's still far from perfect, but we try to make something better for Indonesian future, because we may probably have another pandemic. Even we hope that we will not face it anymore. That's all. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Insinyur Poltekkes MSc, for giving us such informative and interesting presentations and talks. Ladies and gentlemen, now come to the question and answer sessions. I'd like to have 3 questions from the participants. Okay, sir. I think I have a questions here for specifically for you. What the most sobering lessons of the COVID-19? This pandemic is disaster and before to our country. please give me your opinion, sir.
Thank you very
Sir?
Okay. So because I cannot unmute by myself, so I need to wait for people to unmute. So according to our experience right now, we can see that at the beginning, the most difficult thing is the data. When we don't have information about our capabilities, about because we have in 100,000 islands, so it's very difficult for us to understand, because if we don't have a data, so we don't have information, and after when we don't have information, we cannot make what we call as action planning. So it is one of the very difficult. And the second one, I think, when we try to work together. So as you know that until now, to handle something that for us still new, every institution, even we try to make like a satgas, gugus tugas, it still not work well. So I think we need to understand how we can make a good orchestration to make the effective and efficient handling of pandemic disaster. The last one is about the social and economic problem. So if we cannot handle this, we cannot do just thinking about the pandemic itself. So it is, I think, the three most things that we need to understand, and also the important point if we would like to handle COVID efficiently. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you for your explanations. Very clear. There is questions from our student.
Mr. Mulyadi, may I
Yeah.
ask the speaker, please? Mr. Mulyadi? Oh, okay.
Okay. Before that, I want to introduce myself. My name is Fikrania Luya from Department of Nutrition of Poltekkes Health of Ternate. Sir, I want to asking something about how do the BNPB manage research in the pandemic era? Thank you.
Yeah, as you know that I frankly speaking, it is very hard for us because we mostly handle the natural disaster, and after that the government asked us to handle this. So now what our most important point is how we have task force until the very small level. So as you know that Satgas is one of the important groups that we need to maintain, because we have from central to province until to very local, and even like Satgas for pasar, mall, and etc. So I think it is what we BNPB must understand how to work to help Kementerian Kesehatan, especially that understand much better compared to us for handling the disaster. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There is a questions from the chat box to BNPB. How do the BNPB handle pandemic, especially in remote areas, sir?
Yeah, it is very difficult to answer, frankly speaking. So again, we really depend on first is Satgas, local, yeah, local Satgas, and the second one is we really get help a lot from the university and also, of course, from the TNI Polri. So these two institutions help us very much for the remote area. Thank you.
Okay, sir. There's another question from Ristiani Sari, Indonesia, in the chat box. As a health worker, of course, there is a management system to prevent loss of life for victims of natural disaster, supported by various activities, including planning and disaster management, especially in emergency management. What is the next process so that the community can build and support the natural and man-made disasters that have occurred?
Thank you. For me, as a BNPB, the most important thing is the capacity building. It is so if I can say that BNPB success if local government people can have a good capacity and to become resilient. So nothing that more important than this. So to make this nation resilience, so the local capacity, the public people must be also resilient. So we in Central need to give an assistance, help, support for this capacity building. So we really hope that because in the future, so local government working together with all of the local stakeholder can have the capabilities to handle such kind of the disaster by their own. So Central only need to support it. That's all.
Okay, sir. This is the final questions from Miss Purnama. Please open your mic and open your camera, Miss Purnama.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mulyadi. Mr. Udrek, what a good presentation. Thank you for your presentation. According to your presentation before that, the standards about the disaster management while pandemic will be launched in the end of this year or beginning the next year. But I'm wondering how the implementation along this pandemic COVID. Maybe you can sharing about while the disaster that have done, what the BNPB have done in the Semeru disaster. Maybe I'm curious about the implementation what that have been done while pandemic COVID-19. Thank you, Mr. Adrek.
Yeah, okay, Bu Purnama. So what we try right now is how we can like lesson learn. Yeah, so this very hard situation during the COVID, we need to make something like the disaster management system, especially for pandemic. So even it is a little, yeah, for us a little bit late. Maybe after we of course we really hope that we can we will not have the third wave for COVID. So, but I think it is the most important thing, like what we have in right now in Semeru. Okay, the Semeru has already happened. Yesterday we have quite a big earthquake, and also in the NTT, and maybe we will have something another one also. But what we need to think is what after. So okay, we learn from our mistake and do something better. So it is the spirit of making a standard actually. So I really hope that the expert of epidemiologists and other work together from the crisis point of view, and for us as disaster management point of view, can work together and make a very good disaster management system for COVID-19. So if we have something in the future, so we can early handling, and it cannot spread like what we suffer right now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Miss Purnama, and thank you for the answer, Mr. Udrek. There's another questions from Nurani. Please open your camera, Miss Nurani. Yeah, okay. Go ahead. Miss Nurani, your voice not hearing here.
Yes, thanks. From Poltekkes Kesehatan, many are afraid of an infection. They exist, especially COVID-19. What I want to ask, why don't they follow the regulation? What have been set by the government, especially the health protocol? Even though they are very afraid of this infection, this says especially COVID-19. Thanks, Mister.
Yeah, thank you very much. It is very, very hard to answer. As we know, right now, every day government discuss about, especially for handling the Nataru. Even we now in the good condition, very, very low case, but yeah, we really afraid that if we cannot handle this during the Nataru, so we will have another bad experience like we had last year. So as you know that maybe in the Delta case, it is maybe only comes from 2 or 3 people and really spreading very fastly. Yeah, what we have right now is quite hard for what making people again aware about health protocol, but at least we try now to increase also the PPKM and also another restriction that we try to do, including also so maybe now our biggest focus is try to filter the people who come to Indonesia. It is what we really had to do right now. So like you know that now quarantine also we increase the length of the quarantine, so in order to filter, so we really hope that we can maintain the condition that the pandemic is the case is decreased and not increased anymore. But if it is increased, as we know during the Delta, so every capabilities is not enough for us to handle. So yeah, please do our best to take care, even it is very hard because maybe we have already too long. We need to do something like in normal condition. But please keep. We hope that at least we can after Natarus we don't have another wave anymore. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir, for the answer. And thank you for the questions from Nurani S. Gapang. I think this is the end of the question and answers for the sessions. If you have any another questions, please ask to the another presenters. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of this presentation. Please show the certificate for Mr. Udrek. Thank you, sir.
Yes,
this is
you
your certificate.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. I would like to thank the speaker for the informative and interesting presentations and all the participants for the very active participations. Finally, give the applause for the speaker and for you all. Thank you.
So can I leave?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you very much for all of your attention. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Now, please welcome to the second speaker, Mr. Romel Rupusaldaba Lopez, to deliver his presentations about state readiness in disaster risk reduction. In Philippine perspective, for information, Mr. Romel Rupusaldaba Lopez is one of the lecturer and community coordinator in Central Scholar University, Makati. He has received his bachelor degree in Bachelor of Science in Nursing at Our Lady of Fatima University, Valenzuela City, and taken his master degree at Master of Arts in Nursing, Major in Clinical Instructions at Our Lady of Fatima University, Valenzuela City, and doctoral degree from PhD in Educational Management, Central Scholar University, Mendiola, Manila City. He has a lot of administrative duties, membership, published journal, work from EC Web of Science and Scopus, social responsibilities, a professional services, award, and stewardship. Presenter paper, whether from oral, plenary speaker, invited speaker, event organizer, poster, and main presenter that I cannot mention one by one. Mr. Romero Pusaldaba, the time is yours.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, sir.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning from Manila.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, it's a good.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning,
How
sir.
can I present my slides? How can I present my slides?
Yeah, you can present by your side by sharing your share screen, or
Okay.
we can share your
I'll just do it.
material.
I'll just do it, sir. Okay.
Okay.
Please wait. Thank you.
Okay. Sir, this is your presentations. This is your PowerPoint.
Yeah, it's there already. Okay, that's good.
Okay,
It's there
please,
already.
and go ahead, sir.
Okay, so first of all, I would like to say thank you for inviting and for the partnership in behalf of Central Escolar University. I would like to thank the Polytechnic of the Ternate City for inviting us to be part of this seminar. So I am Romel Rufus Lopez, also an emergency medical technician, and also I teach emergency and disaster nursing here in the Philippines. So what I'll be presenting is all about what are the different agencies that usually handles the different disasters here in the Philippines. We all know that we Philippines and also Indonesia are also sharing the same geographical location, right? That's why majority of your disasters, the natural disasters, are also happening here in the Philippines. So that's why we have a similar implementation on how to handle different disasters. So for now, I will be presenting or discussing what are the different disasters that we have that happened here in the Philippines in the past 15 years. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so thank you. So the Philippines is one of the most disaster prone in the country. So based on the Center of the Research on the Epidemiology of Disaster, or the CRED in Belgium, we ranked 9 here in the entire world. However, during the 2020 research in the epidemiology of disaster, 2 disasters or 2 typhoons that entered in the Philippines included as one of the disastrous typhoons in the world. So it is the Typhoon Rolly and even the Typhoon Ulysses. So I will discuss that also later on. Okay, so next slide. So these are the common natural disasters that happened here in the Philippines. So there are flood, the storm surge, and the typhoons. Usually, if the typhoons are in the shoreline, it includes storm surges. Of course, there's earthquake, volcanic eruption, the climatic variabilities, which includes the La Nina and the El Nino phenomenon. It also includes landslides during typhoon as well, having tsunami, although it's not that common, and then the ground subsidence. Okay, next slide. So let's talk about the different typhoons here in the Philippines. Okay, so each year, our country usually experience 20 typhoons. And the names of the typhoons here is alphabetical. there are some instances that the typhoons here, they repeat the names after how many years. But if this certain typhoon gives a catastrophic phenomenon, or give a big disaster in the Philippines, they are not using that name anymore. Okay, so approximately 25% of the global occurrence of typhoons happened here or happens here in the Philippines. So most typhoons usually occurs during July to September. So that is our rainy season here. So there are some notable typhoons here in the Philippines. So I will be presenting some of the typhoons here. So next slide. Thank you. Okay. So the first one is the Typhoon Ondoy. The international name of this is Ketsana. Okay, this happened last September 24, 2009, wherein there are about 956 lives, 956 deaths, with over 700 injured and 84 persons are missing. So approximately, according to our data, there is 4.38 billion damage and losses during this time. What really scary here in Typhoon Ondoy, it's not about the wind, but the amount of water that brought about by the typhoon. So it is underestimated that time, and then eventually realized that most of the Metro Manila are submerged in flood that time. So that is 2009. Next, there is also the Typhoon Haiyan or the Typhoon Yolanda, which is a super typhoon. Okay, next slide. Thank you. So this is one of the most notable disaster that happened during 2013, November 8, 2013. This happened in the Visayas region. Particularly, it affects the Leyte province. Now, 14 million people across 44 provinces, displacing approximately 4.1 million people and killing more than 6,000 people and leaving 1,800 missing. So approximately 1.1 million houses are destroyed, 33 million coconut trees, which is a source of livelihood in that province or in Visayas, and disrupted the livelihoods of 5.9 million workers. So overall damage during the Typhoon Haiyan or Yolanda is 5.8 billion. Okay? So one of the reason why there are a lot of fatality during this time is they never thought that the storm surge will go to the evacuation centers. So some of the people that in the evacuation center died because of the storm surge brought about by Typhoon Yolanda. Okay, so next, there is also the international name of U2 or the Typhoon Rosita, which happened last October 27, 2018. So there's approximately 11 deaths, okay, 2 injured and 1 missing person. So the affected region is the Calabarzon and the CAR or the Cordillera Autonomous Region. Approximately 2.9 billion pesos incurred damages to agriculture in region 1, 2, 3, and then CAR. So it includes the Laguna, the Cavite, the Batangas, and the Quezon and Rizal provinces. So this is one also of the biggest disaster happened last 2018. So next is the Typhoon Rolly. So this one is included. Okay, next slide. So this one is included in the 2020, one of the disastrous typhoon happened in the world. So the Typhoon Rolly, which happened November 1, 2020. So approximately it killed at least 24 people, injuring 399, and displacing approximately 130,000 people. This is based on the National Disaster Risk Management Council. So the typhoon affected 1.9 million people in the country. It affects 17 regions and then 845,000 people in need of assistance. So the Typhoon Rolly, or the international name Goni, okay, it affects significant damage to health facilities, to schools, and even to essential services. To tell you honestly, the one of the typhoons last year, during the 2020, it goes down with it. it went with together with during the pandemic. So it's very hard because people are in quarantine or they are all staying at home. So it's very hard for them to go to the different evacuation center during this time. So the damages for infrastructure approximately is 11.3 billion by this time in pesos. Okay, so next is of course the last one is the Typhoon Vamco, international name Vamco or the Ulysses. So after the Typhoon Rolly in November 1, 2020, in November 11, 2020, the Typhoon Ulysses or the international name Vamco hit the Philippines. So approximately 12.9 billion in agriculture in infrastructures are lost. So approximately 88,000 houses damaged during the onslaught of the typhoon. And then it affects 3.6 million affected and at least 73 people died during that time. This one, okay, the one of the difficult part here is after the Typhoon Rolly or the Typhoon Goni, the VAMCO arrives in the Philippines. So that's why it happened that there is a Luzon-wide state of calamity, which is declared by President Duterte that time because 3 typhoons um, arrived in the Philippines in November last year. So it's very scary. Actually, right now, there's also a current typhoon here, the Typhoon Odette. Okay, so it affects the Visayas region as well. So why do I need to discuss this? Because the VAMCO or the different typhoons here in the Philippines is monitored by a certain agency. And this agency is also known as the PAG-ASA. The PAG-ASA is the Philippine Atmospheric, next slide, Philippine Atmospheric, Geophysical, and Astronomical Services, okay, or the PAG-ASA. So this is under the Department of Science and Technology. This is spearheaded by Dr. Vicente B. Malano. So next slide. So the PAG-ASA provides protection, next slide, provides protection against natural calamities and utilizes scientific knowledge as an effective instrument to ensure the safety, the well-being, and the economic security of all people and for the promotion of the national progress. So one of the main functions of the PAG-ASA is they monitor weather, the weather forecast. They also monitor the tropical cyclone, the typhoons. They also monitor the flood forecasting and warnings. They also do different kinds of research and of course, information dissemination. We all know that this time is the era of social media. So one of the main sources of promoting or informing the people here in the Philippines is through social media. So the different agencies here in the Philippines are utilizing Facebook, Twitter, and even Instagram, informing the public about the current state of the Philippines, particularly in the different typhoons. So next slide. So there are different functions of PAG-ASA. So it maintains a nationwide network to observe the forecast weather, flood, other conditions that may affect national safety, welfare, and economy. It also observe, collect, assess, and process the atmospheric and allied data for the benefit of agriculture, commerce, and industry. It also engaged in studies of geophysical and astronomical phenomena, undertake research on the structure, development, and motion of typhoons, and also formulates measures for their moderation, and maintains effective linkages with scientific organization here and abroad. Now, usually in PAG-ASA, what they do is they send different status through social media and also through TV, television, and radio. And at the same time, they are informing what the strength of the typhoon, when it will go to the Philippine area of responsibility or where it will arrive, and what are the things that we need to prepare. So they are doing that, particularly in typhoons and flood. Okay. So next slide. So these are the different references that I used for the discussion. So next is the earthquake and the volcanic eruption. Now, in the past 5 years, or actually this year, last year, in the past 3 years, this happened to a lot of preparation that is happening here in the Philippines. Now, according to earthquake generation, so approximately here in the Philippines, there's 4 to 5 earthquakes per day, or 20 earthquakes or quakes per week. Now, usually there are two types of earthquake. So there's the tectonic earthquake, which produce a sudden movement along the fault line. Okay, and then there's the earthquake induced by a rising lava, which is brought about by an active volcano. So right now, we are currently monitoring here in the Philippines the fault line. Okay, so I will discuss that later on. Okay, so one of the notable current earthquake that happened here in the Philippines happened last October 15, 2013. Next slide. I know that I think this week there's a big earthquake happened in Indonesia, approximately 7.3 magnitude. Am I right, sir? Mulyadi?
Yes,
Am I right?
you are right, sir.
Yeah, so but now the last earthquake, that the last 7.7 magnitude earthquake happened here is last October 15, 2013, which affects Bohol and Cebu earthquake. Okay, so it affects the Visayan region. So approximately 150 deaths, 900 are injured, and 8 are missing. One of the most notable problems that happened here that time is the destruction of the different Baroque churches, which was made by the Spanish or the Spaniards. So these churches was built during 1500s to 1600s. And because of the earthquake during the 2013, most of the old churches in Visayas, particularly in Bohol, got destroyed. So this is one of the things that happened here. Okay, so next slide. So another is the current Taal volcano eruption. This is the most active volcano here in the Philippines. This is located in Batangas. Okay, so it is located in Batangas, particularly Laurel, Batangas. So during January 12, 2020, okay, so more than 400 people have been affected. So crops, roughly 1.4 billion worth of damages happened. So approximately 15,000 metric tons of fish are lost during that time, approximately 1.6 billion. So if you will try to see that the Taal volcano is surrounded, okay, by a lake, the Taal Lake. So the Taal Lake has a lot of fish pens, they put tilapia there and different local fishes. So during this time, majority or most of the fish pens there got destroyed. So there's a big impact in the economy as well. And then next slide. So aside from that, there's the presence of ashfall. So as you can see in this picture, okay, it affects not only here in the Philippines, but it also reach not only in that area, in that province, it also affects here in Metro Manila. So the problem during this time is the existence of respiratory condition. This ashfall can lead to triggering of asthma or even emphysema or chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases. So that's one of the things that happened here. And actually, during this time as well, COVID-19 is starting or is currently a problem in some parts of East Asia. So there's a hoarding of N95 mask and even common mask here or the face mask because of the ashfall. So this time there's too much a high prices of different masks here in the Philippines. And then after this, by March, COVID-19 happened. So there's a scarcity of mask here in the Philippines that time. So people who are wearing the N95 mask, particularly in the Calabarzon region, but of course here in Metro Manila, we are using the simple face mask. So aside from that, one of the things that currently the government are monitoring is what we call the West Valley Fault. Okay, the West Valley Fault usually moves approximately 200 to 400 years. The last major earthquake brought about by the West Valley Fault happened last 1658. So if we will try to compute it, it is already June. So there's a possibility that there's a big earthquake that can happen here in Metro Manila. Why this is very significant? We all know that Metro Manila here in the Philippines is the center of business. Okay, so this is the capital here in the Philippines. So, and majority of the people here in the Philippines are here in Manila. So approximately the West Valley Fault, the distance is 129.47 kilometer. So that's very long. Okay, so usually, it affects the entire cities of Metro Manila. It includes the Taguig, Muntinlupa, Parañaque, Quezon City, Pasig, Makati, and even Marikina. Actually, there are other provinces that are affected, like the Laguna, Cavite, Bulacan, and Rizal. Now, so in the past 1,400 years, the West Valley Fault moved 4 times already. So by this time, we are preparing the West Valley Fault. This is also known as the big one. Okay, we call it as the big one here in the Philippines. So next slide. So based on the NDRMMC, okay, given the situation of the population here in Metro Manila is 9.9 million, okay, approximately 33,500 or 0.3% fatalities in a magnitude 7.2 if happened here in Metro Manila. Okay, so a total of 113,600 or 1.1% of the population may also be injured by that time. So it includes 18,000 people can be dead due to fire. Okay, if there's a 7.2 magnitude here in Metro Manila, this will be the possible outcome, a possible disaster outcome. Okay, so who is PhilVox? So PhilVox is usually, next slide, monitoring the different volcanoes here in the Philippines and even the different faults here in the Philippines. So it is spearheaded by Dr. Renato Solidum. Okay, so it monitors, it also predicts accurate locations of different earthquakes and even different areas wherein volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and even tsunamis are prone to. Okay? Now, usually, it provides a comprehensive disaster risk reduction. Although PhilVox and even the Pag-asa are also under the Department of Science and Technology. Okay, so now, next slide. The PhilVox is a leading global science and technology institution of empowered men and women helping develop communities safe from resilient to volcanic eruption, earthquake, tsunamis, and other related hazards. So usually, it predicts the volcanic eruption. It also determines how eruption and earthquake shall occur. It also generates sufficient data for forecasting of the volcanic eruption and earthquake. It also mitigates hazards of volcanic activities through appropriate detection, forecast, and even utilization of warning systems. And it also formulates appropriate disaster preparedness plans. Okay, so one of the features of PhilVox is the monitoring of the earthquake. Now, PhilVox operate approximately 108 seismic monitoring stations. This is as of December 2020, all over in the Philippines. So these stations are equipped with seismometers that detects and records earthquake data. Is also sent to the PhilVox Data Receiving Center to determine earthquake parameters such as the magnitude, the depth of focus, and even the epicenter. So together with the reported felt intensities in this area, earthquake information is released. One of these data are determined. So these are the references that are utilized. And the last one is the NDRRMC. So this is the National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council. Okay, so this one spearheaded the different or handles the disaster here in the Philippines. Aside from the PhilVox and the Pag-asa who monitors earthquake and typhoon, they're also under the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council. The NDRRMC is spearheaded or under the National Defense. Okay, it is under the National Defense. So it is spearheaded by Undersecretary Ricardo Halad. Okay, so the vice chairperson is as Undersecretary Ricardo Halad, and then they have different chairperson. So like, for example, the Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology is responsible for the disaster prevention and mitigation. The Secretary for the Department of Local Government, Interior and Local Government, is responsible for disaster preparedness. The Secretary of the Department of Social Welfare and Development is responsible for the disaster response, and the Director General of the National Economic and Development Authority, or NEDA, is responsible for the rehabilitation and recovery. Okay, so aside from the NDRRMC, which is the head, okay, they have four secretary, or the four secretaries who is also mandating the different parts of the disaster management, namely the mitigation, the prevention, the preparedness, the response, and the rehabilitation. So they have different designations. Okay, next slide. So the NDRMC is a body empowered to perform policy making, coordination, integration, and supervisory function, as well as monitor the preparation, implementation, and evaluation of the National Disaster Risk Reduction Plan to ensure the protection and welfare of people in times of disaster. So the NDRMMC supports the LGUs who are in the front line and have primary responsibility of responding disaster. So actually, one of the goal of the National Disaster Risk Reduction is, of course, they are training the local government units. Okay, so the NDRMC is responsible for disaster risk reduction and management. It formulates a national risk reduction and management framework. Okay, so it provides good governance. It provides risk assessment and early warning. Okay, it provides knowledge building and awareness raising. It also provides reducing underlying risk factors and preparedness for the effective response and recovery, which serve as the principal guide to disaster risk reduction and management efforts in our country. Okay, so the NDRMC is composed of 17 regional disaster risk reduction, 80 provincial disaster risk reduction, 143 city risk reduction, 1,491 municipal, and 42,038 barangay risk reduction management council. Now, actually, this is how it works. If, for example, a disaster is happened in a certain barangay or in a certain community, then the barangay risk reduction council will act on it. If, for example, on the other hand, two or more barangays or community, okay, two or more barangays or community is affected by a certain disaster, then the city and the municipal disaster risk reduction management council will act on it. Now, if there is two or more municipalities are affected, then the provincial disaster risk reduction management council will react on it. If it is two or more regions are affected, okay, then the regional disaster risk reduction, or two or more provinces are affected, then the regional disaster risk reduction management council will be affected. And if it is two or more regions, then that's the time that the national disaster risk reduction will act on it. So they have their own responsibilities based on the location or the number of affected people or communities. Okay, so next slide. Now, let's focus in the local disaster risk reduction management council. So it is responsible in ensuring a disaster sensitive regional plans, and in case of emergency shall convene the different regional line agencies and concerned institutions and authorities. The LDRRMC is primarily tasked to take the lead in preparing for response and recovery from disasters and its effects. So the local disaster risk reduction management council supports the local government units who are in the front line and have primary responsibility of responding in a disaster. Now, the local disaster risk reduction management council is under the formulation of the NDRRMC plan of the Philippines. So Dave, next slide. The National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Plan of the Philippines. Okay, so it aims to achieve the shared goals of the what we call the Ambition Natin 2040, the National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Plan. Next slide, please. The National Climate Change Action Plan and the National Security Strategy, NSS, in risk reduction, resilience building, human security, and sustainable development. So there are three time frames that they are formulating with this plan. So the short term is 2020 to 2022. The medium term is 2023 to 2025. And the long term is 2026 to 2030. Now, usually, the National Disaster Risk Reduction Plan establishes the linkage between the disaster risk reduction and management, the climate change adaptation, and the human security by mainly focusing on climate and disaster risk. So that is one of their goals. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so now, these are the different objectives of the NDRMC plan. So it provides a strategic direction and guidance to national government agencies, local government units, the civil society organization, even the private sectors and development partners on disaster and climate resilience actions in the Philippines. It also strengthened disaster and climate risk governance by clarifying the roles, accountabilities, strategies, and activities of disaster risk reduction and management stakeholders at all levels. So next slide. Now, it also strengthens linkages. So when we talk about linkages, okay, so it pertains to the private and the public or the government owned. So commonly one of the private sector linkages that is included is the Red Cross or the National Red Cross or the Philippine National Red Cross. Okay, and then it also ensures the convergence of the synergy between the disaster risk reduction management and the climate change adaptation. It also contributes to the achievement of and coherence of global, regional, and national development of policy agenda. So when we talk about global, it includes the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. When we talk about regional, it includes the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, disaster risk reduction, and the ASEAN Agreement on Disaster Management and Emergency Response. Now, when we talk about national development, it includes the different private and the government sectors. Okay, so next slide. Now, the management plan of the Philippines has a vision, which is safer, adaptive, and disaster-resilient Filipino communities towards sustainable development. So there are different thematic areas. So it is thematic area 1 to 4. So 1 is the disaster prevention and mitigation. 2 is the disaster preparedness. 3 is the disaster response and early recovery. And 4 is the disaster rehabilitation and recovery. In disaster prevention and mitigation, next slide, the goal is to address the current and reduce future risk of communities and government through mainstreaming, integrated risk management into science, policy, and practice. The disaster prevention and mitigation is about understanding the different risks, ensuring that policies and the budget are risk-informed, and provide an enabling environments for sustained action aimed at addressing current and reducing future risk. So there are different outcomes that includes here. So next slide. So it improves the access in understanding and use of updated risk information and research. So by this time, we are trying to conduct different local, physical, and social capacity assessment, okay, by means of determining the different location who are at risk of having a disaster. Next, implemented risk-centered national, subnational, and sectoral policy plans. So it develops fund tracking, monitoring of the national and the local disaster regional fund. It also formulates public service continuity plan in all levels of the government. It also increased the structural integrity of housing, building, and the critical infrastructure. So by means of the conducting of information, education, and communication campaign, by local by build capacity and local builders, and then institutionalize timely responsive context and culture specific early warning system reaching the last mile. Okay, so next is for the disaster preparedness. Okay, for the disaster preparedness, the goal is to establish and strengthen the capacities of the government communities, the CSOs, and private sectors to anticipate, cope, and recover from the adverse impacts of hazards and potential cascading disasters and minimize losses and disruptions of daily lives. So, disaster preparedness provides the key action that gives importance to community awareness and understanding. So we are trying to assess the community about their preparedness in a certain disaster. So it includes planning, it also includes local drills like practicing what will happen in case there's a disaster, where will they go if in case there's a disaster, and then competency building for survival and rescue. Okay, so the development of needed disaster preparedness and response plans is important. So the outcomes are enhanced risk awareness and risk informed decision and action of government and communities. It increases institutional capacities of national and local disaster risk management council and offices, strengthen partnership and coordination among all key actors and stakeholders, and implemented comprehensive and mutually reinforcing national and local preparedness and response plans and policies. Okay. So next is the disaster response and early recovery. It provides a risk-based, timely, and anticipatory response action to address the basic life preservation and immediate needs of the communities and government. It also affected communities are able to continue life with dignity and prevent or minimize exacerbation of emergency situations. So the main purpose of the disaster response and early recovery is to have the importance of the different activities during the actual disaster response, such as what are the needs of the community or the affected area. The search and rescue is also included here. The relief operation and even the early recovery activities that is needed so that the community will survive. Okay, next slide. So the outcomes are well-established disaster response, operation with well-equipped workforce and volunteers. Like for example, providing an accurate and reliable information and protocols and public advisories during response operation implementation of the National Disaster Response Plan. There's also the accurate, reliable, and timely information management by means of coordination with the appropriate agencies for the activation of the evacuation plan. It also includes the systems and procedures. It conducts safe and immediate evacuation of the affected communities and safer grounds as indicated in the risk assessment result and hazard map. It also provides an appropriate early actions which are provided to the communities. Like for example, activate assessment teams at all levels. Okay, so they also provide or develop national loss and damage registry and ensures interoperability with other databases, which is open to all the stakeholders. Next slide. It affected communities are provided with gender and conflict sensitive basic necessities and services like essential medical and public health services, even shelters, even referrals with different orphan and accompanied and separated children. And then implemented an integrated system for early recovery. So one of the activities for this is to develop and implement a system for early recovery, which includes specific activities addressing the needs identified, implemented in a post-disaster response. The last one is the disaster rehabilitation and recovery. Next slide. The goal is to speed up the recovery from disaster losses through rehabilitation and recovery programs that are aligned to sustainable development and build back better principles. So the disaster rehabilitation recovery covers the recovery efforts related to employment and livelihood infrastructures and lifeline facilities. Now, it includes housing, it provides housing, resettlement to affected areas, and to normalize the area as quickly as possible. That is one of the goal for the rehab and recovery. So the different outcomes is to clear the policy direction for rehabilitation. Next slide. Sustainable and socially inclusive income sources for households are made available and stability of economic activities are restored. Agricultural production is restored or increased and support services for farmers, fisher folks, and laborers are made accessible. So by means of conducting trainings on damage and loss of impact assessments. We're also providing temporary employment for the families and even individuals who are affected in a certain disasters. It also improved the supply chain and logistic to ensure continuous deliveries of the agricultural products in during disaster. So that is one of the goal or outcomes of activities of the outcomes. Okay. Now, there is also next slide. It affects families or individuals' access to affordable disaster resilient housing that are located in safe zones where social services and public facilities are available. The financial assistance to rebuild houses in the areas that are declared a safe zone. Affected individuals, families, and communities have access to responsive, appropriate, and adequate education, health, and social protection services. So usually, we provide different services and programs on health education, focusing on severely affected areas or the highly vulnerable population. Okay, so other activities includes the establishing an efficient and effective process to facilitate the completion of the different infrastructure projects with the agreed time frame and with the highest quality. Okay, so another goal here is to encourage self-recovery. Now, during the four thematic, so they are trying to review, monitor, and evaluate and report the different thematic parts of the plan. So with this, they usually monitor and assess the progress of the implementation of the National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Plan. Outcomes, outputs, and activities have been developed. So the activities intend to provide a systematic approach for the lead agencies, like implementing agencies and other agencies involved, to determine its progress in line with the management arrangement, system, and processes in relation to the National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Plan. So usually this plan will serve as the basis in reporting their progress to the lead agencies of the relevant outcomes. So it is very important for them to monitor, to evaluate, and even report, so that eventually, if there's another disaster happening in the Philippines, they will try to change different parts of the activities or outcomes of the disaster. So actually, that's it with my discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presentations. Uh, Ladies and gentlemen, now come to the question and answer sessions. I'd like to have 3 questions from the participants. There is a question actually from Miss Nurdiana Lante. Miss Nurdiana Lante, please. Okay. I want to ask you, sir.
Okay.
How?
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Paul?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mol. Good morning, Mr. Rufus. Thank you for sharing with us this morning about national disaster risk reduction. Introduce, my name is Diana from Poltekkes Ternate. I want to ask about the concept of community preparedness in your country, the Philippines, especially mother and children who are a risk group during the emergency response period for natural disaster. Thank you.
Thank you. So one of the activities that in a certain community, this is also known as a barangay here in the Philippines. I don't know, are you also utilizing a barangay, the barangay word? No? I am
No, I
sure.
think it is not common word
It
for us.
is, we're
Yeah,
just
it's,
utilizing here in the
yeah,
Philippines. Okay, thank you.
I think
Because
so.
I know that it is a Malayan word, balangay. Okay. Anyways, so barangay, so or a community, they are trying to have a simulation in case what there is a disaster. Like for example, where's the evacuation plan, and then if there's an earthquake, where they going to do, what are they going to do, and then when it comes to females, when it comes to the children and mothers, they're under the vulnerable group, so they are the priority when it comes to respond, when it comes to a disaster. So it is very important, and they are encouraging that each community should have a simulation of in case there is a disaster. So they have a simulation for a typhoon, and then what are the things they need to prepare. They are also including that in their simulation or discussion in certain barangays. And then each barangays or each community here has their own local disaster risk reduction members or committee. One of the activities, as I am a teacher of nursing here, so one of our activities, if we are going to the communities, also teach the people on how to do first aid, how to do CPR. We also teaching them, and at the same time, what are the different things they need to prepare when it comes to a disaster. So that is very important here in the Philippines as well.
Okay, Miss Nurdiana Lante, is it clear?
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Thank
you,
you.
Miss Nurdiana Lante. There is a question from Fadliahan Kladen Raya. Please. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much for the chance has given to me. My name is Fadlia Khan Kladen Raya. I am majoring medical laboratory technology at Health Ministry Poltekkes Polytechnic Ternate. And my question is, what is the role of each health professional in your country? Thank you.
Okay, that's a good question, Miss Raya. Okay, that's a good question. So, like for example, the medical technologies are also responsible to determine the different diseases or outbreaks that will happen in an evacuation center. So, like for example, in our evacuation center, one of the scary thing here now is, of course, if for example there's a disaster and then people will go to the different evacuation center. Of course, COVID is already one of the main problem here. So we need medical technology to monitor, to prevent the spread of the diseases here. Of course, it is spearheaded by our municipal health officer, which is a doctor, and also the nurses. Okay, the rural health nurses are also very important, particularly in health education and also prevention. But when it comes to the other healthcare workers, we also have the barangay health workers, the midwives, which also handles the the child and the mother, and then the barangay health workers, or the health workers in the community health workers, which also handles different families for them to know their status or what are their problems during a certain disaster, even diseases here. So it's a very big, it's a very complex, honestly, it's a complex discussion when it comes to the roles and responsibilities responsibilities of each health workers. But when it comes to disaster, of course, the doctor is our head, the municipal health officers, and then followed by the nurses, and then the medical technologies for them to know the current diseases that can possibly occur, particularly in the evacuation centers. Thank you.
Okay, I think it is clear. Okay, there is a questions from Margareta regarding the volunteers who are also responsible for disaster response and early recovery. Could you please to elaborate more related training for them, their responsibilities, and how they collaborate with the government?
Wait. I'll check on the, is it on the chat box?
Yeah, is it on the chat, sir? The collaborations with the government and NGO.
Okay, wait. Okay. So collab, okay. So regarding to the volunteers, is this it? Could you please elaborate more related the training for them, the response, and how they collaborate? Okay, so the local government units. Okay, so during the pandemic, actually now, particularly in the COVID-19, the start of the COVID-19, there's a scarcity of the test kits here in the Philippines. So the government tried to have a collaboration with the Red Cross, wherein they are providing the test kits, particularly those people who are coming from the other countries and then going here in the Philippines. So they are collaborating with the needs for, if there are some needs that are needs help, particularly with the private sectors. Okay, so there are some communications that are included or required, and then another is with when it comes to trainings. Okay, of course, it is still spearheaded by the different government units. Okay, but they have their different responsibilities, just like what I've said earlier. If it is in the typhoon, it includes the Pag-asa. If it is with the flood, Pag-asa. If there's the earthquake, it involves with the PhilVolks. But again, it is still spearheaded by the NDRRMC. Now, when it comes with the collaboration, it is usually depends on the needs of the certain community or the affected area. If like during the Typhoon Yolanda, okay, during the Typhoon Yolanda last 2013, a lot of non-government units, even local and international, went here to the Philippines to help our people, like bringing food, bringing shelter, temporary shelters, providing temporary shelters, and even medicine. So it usually depends on the needs that we will that the community will have, or uh, will be having during a certain disaster. So that's it.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much for your explanations. There's another question from Poppy Latukonsina. To Poppy Latukonsina, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. Well, my name is Popila Tukansina. I'm from the Nursing Department, Poltekkes Ternate. And my question is, what is the most common disaster that happened in the Philippines? And what are the correct action to face that? Thank you.
So the most common disaster here in the Philippines are typhoons. It's already well, I know for a fact that also Indonesia there are a lot of typhoons there. Okay, but here also in the Philippines, typhoons. So just like what I've said earlier, 20 typhoons every year is happening here, at least 20. So what our government is doing is like, just like what I've said earlier, the Pag-asa, or the Department of the Science and Technology, are handling that part, wherein they are, by means of preventing, they are providing information dissemination. Okay, they are providing it by means of sending it or posting different social media, like just what I said, the Twitter, Facebook, and even Instagram, for so that the people will know what is the current status of the certain typhoon here in the Philippines. Okay, so when it comes with the different when it comes to how they handle it, okay, how they handle it, it's still based on the local government units, the barangay health units, or it depends on how many people are affected, the region, or even the community affected, or even cities. So just like what I've said earlier in my discussion, so if there are few barangays, then the municipality will react on it. If there's a city, different cities, then the regional will react on it. So those are the things that we are trying to consider here. But when it comes to prevention, very important is social media here. Social media is one of the most important thing here now for information of the disaster.
Okay, sir. Thank you for your explanations. There is another question from Siti Homsatun. Siti Homsatun, are you still there? Siti Homsatun. Okay. I want to ask you, sir, actually, how to prepare disaster management plan in Filipina or Philippines based on many disaster happen and how they collaborate or work together. I mean, yeah, we need to know the role of Pagasa, Field Force, and the RRMC. Yeah, please explain some.
So how again sorry how can you please again I'm sorry
Yeah, I mean how to prepare a disaster management, sir.
okay.
Disaster management.
So once in a while they are providing seminars. Okay, first is they're providing seminars first, particularly in the local government unit on how to prepare on it, because the national disaster risk reduction will not react first. So the one who will be reacting first are the frontliners. So when we talk about the frontliners, those are under the local government units. So they are preparing them, and then usually with the Pag-asa and the field books, if you will try to visit their websites, there are a lot of pamphlets there or informations that you can download on how to what are the things that you will be doing in case there is a disaster. Like for example, if you will that's why I included the different references, because if you will try to open the references of Pag-asa and field books, there's a specific um, part of the website which includes the publishing. So if you will try to click on that, you will see different information on how to handle a typhoon or flood. Same as with the pill books. There are also publishing site part on their website, which includes what are the things you will do or prepare in case there's a tsunami, there's a typhoon, there's a earthquake or a volcanic eruption. So those are one of their responsibilities. Now, for the National Disaster Risk Reduction, again, they usually focus with the local government units. The local government units are the frontliners. So they are doing that by means of providing seminars and even local drills or drills in the community so that they can try to prepare themselves in case a disaster will happen. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much for your explanations. There's another questions from Nurul Komaria Hanan. Please.
Okay, sir. Thank you for your opportunity. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nurul Komaria Hanan. I'm from Poltekkes Kemenkes Ternate. Let me ask you a question. First, please share tips for us as a health professionals so we are ready to be involved in disaster management.
Pardon me, you can repeat your questions.
Yes, can you please repeat your question? Thank you.
Please share tips for us as a health professional, so we are ready to be involved in disaster management.
Okay, sir. I will make it clear. She wants a tips for a
Okay.
professional. Yeah. Answer it, sir. Mr. Romel, are you still there? Okay. It seems like there is poor connections with Mr. Romero Lopez, so please wait a moment. For the attendance, please wait a moment because there is a poor connections from Mr. Romel Lupus. So please stay tuned in the room meeting. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Actually, actually, the locations of Filipina is situated in Ring of Fire. So we have so many similarity with the Filipina nations. Right. So I think if you have a lot of questions about the explanations of Mr. Rumos Lopez, I think it is necessary for us because we have a lot of similarity from the mountain to the all of disaster that hit in Filipina and hit in Indonesia. For example, in Indonesia, yeah, Mr. Romero Bos.
I'm sorry for the
Yeah, it's
the
okay, sir.
disconnection. Our internet connection is very bad.
Yep. Before we continue to the question and answer sessions, I would like to share the certificate for you, sir.
Okay.
Please share the certificate. Yeah, this is your certificate, sir. I will send you by online by using WhatsApp or email.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And we go ahead to we continue to our question and answer session, sir. There is Miss Nurul Komaria. Please answer the question, sir.
Can you please again repeat with
Okay.
the last one?
By she want a tip, sir, for when he get a work of the disaster management. She want a tips.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay. Honestly, the disaster management is already included here in our curriculum. For the senior high school, it is part of the curriculum of our senior high school about disaster preparedness. And then in the nursing, on the other hand, it is also included as in our curriculum as a subject. Now, when it comes to being a professional, okay, some of the countries, some of the companies here, private companies here in the Philippines, are providing seminars wherein certain people in their or certain employees in their companies are attending seminars, particularly with the Red Cross, okay, on how to do first aid, how to do CPR. Those are for non-healthcare professionals, wherein they have a big company, so they are selecting people that can attend to certain seminars, particularly which is spearheaded by the Red Cross or the Philippine Red Cross. So when it comes to tips, you can be a volunteer. For example, you are working already, you can be a volunteer on your company to be part of it, wherein they can provide seminars or even activities so that you are well equipped on how to handle different disaster. But definitely it will be a basic seminars only, or wherein you'll just know what are the things that you will be doing. Okay. And then, of course, word of mouth by means of teaching your co-employees or co-workers on what are the things that you will be doing, or what are the things that they will be doing in case there's a disaster that will happen. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. There is a questions again from Ristiani Sari in the chat box. From several cases of natural disasters that I have occurred, such as typhoons that hit the Philippines, have they had an impact on the Philippine economy, and how the overcome it is so as not to have too much impact on humans on the economy? Okay, sir.
So to tell you honestly, it's a very big, that's a very big, very difficult question to answer. But um, every typhoon here has a very big impact because natural resources is one of our agriculture is one of our source of income or economy here. So that's why I just like I discussed earlier, during the typhoon, there are a lot of agricultural products that are affected, like the coconuts, or even just like I've said earlier about the Taal volcano eruption. Fish are also affected because of the Taal Lake and even the different crops and even different companies. So those are the things that are affected. Now, when it comes to how we are trying to survive, again, just like what I've said earlier, um, needs assessment. They need to determine first what are the needs of the community, and then when it comes to impact, that's the time that they will determine what are the steps that they will be doing. That's why it is very important to do the needs assessment after a disaster occur.
Okay, sir. Thank you. There's another question from Fikrani Awia to Miss Fikrani Awia, please.
Okay. Let me introduce myself. My name is Fikrani Alvia from Department of Nutrition of Poltekkes of Ternate. I want to asking about, based on the second point of the function of Pagasa, the observers collect, assess, and process atmosphere and allied data for the benefit of agriculture, commerce, and industry. So what kind of assistance of utilization for the industry and commerce, which is more precisely and specific, Pak? Yes, sir.
Uh, so that is based on the Pag-asa, am I right?
Yeah.
So what part
kind
of that
of
again?
assistance of utilization for the industry and commerce?
Wait, where did you read that? What part of the slides?
On the function of
Okay.
Pagasa on the second point.
Okay, so collect, assess the process of atmospheric and allied data for the benefit of the agriculture, commerce, and industry. So, okay, so they are trying to locate first. No, usually, okay, so they're trying to determine first what will be, how big the typhoon is, what will be affected, what are the different communities affected, what are the different agricultural products, if there's any, who are the people affected. Those are the things that they are trying to assess first. So the first thing that they will know is how big is the typhoon? How big is it? If will it affect a certain region? Will it affect a certain city? And then by that time, that's the time that they will try to know what will be the products, what will be the agricultural products, what will be the industry affected. So it is usually trying to determine first now how big, again, just like how big the typhoon is, because it is not that well discussed, because usually they will of course have a lot of steps on how to assess the commerce and industry. But what I am explaining only is how to do the basic only. What are they, based on what we are reading right now, or how are we going to do it? So that's it, Miss Awia.
Thank you, Miss
Thank you, sir.
Fikrani Auli. Okay, there's another question, sir, from Miss Lulu Basri Salim. Do Philippines conduct a surveillance system regarding disaster recovery? Which sector are involved?
Okay, so just like what I've said earlier, there are different sectors that are involved. One is the NEDA. Okay, so just like what I've said earlier, okay, so the sector that are involved, there are 4 sectors that are involved when it comes to Philippine disaster. So it is spearheaded by the National Disaster Risk Reduction. And then when it comes to disaster prevention and mitigation, it is the Department of Science and Technology, which is under the PhilVox and the Pag-asa. When you talk about disaster preparedness, it is spearheaded by the Department of Interior and Local Government. So just like what I've said earlier again, that it focuses on the local government units. The next is when it comes to the disaster response, and it is spearheaded by the Department of the Social Welfare and Development. When it comes to the disaster rehabilitation and recovery, it is spearheaded by the National Economic and Development Authority, or the NEDA. So those are the different departments that are handling or heading the different parts of the disaster preparedness or the disaster risk management.
Okay, sir. Thank you. There's another question from Miss Mega Widya Putri to Miss Mega Widya Putri, please.
Okay. Thank you for Mr. to give me a chance. Let me introduce myself. My name is Mega Widya Putri. I'm from midwifery of Poltekkes Kemenkes Ternate. For my question about what is the special treatment for pregnant women in the disaster mitigation, especially what kind of the former question is what is the special treatment for pregnant women in the disaster mitigation?
What is the
treatment for pregnant women?
For pregnant women?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, sir, I would like to inform you that I'm here in school right now.
Yes.
So okay. So I asked the head or the head of the seminar or the moderator, sir. I will, if there are a lot of questions, you can send it to my email, and then I will try to answer it, because I asked the moderator earlier. I asked the moderator yesterday actually that after the seminar I have to leave because I have a class to attend to. Okay, so then they asked me to have at least 15 minutes of my time after my discussion.
Okay, sir.
So
I think
if there are a lot of questions, I will try to answer it,
yeah.
send it to my email. Okay, but with this
is
one,
the last question, I think,
okay.
sir. It's
Thank
okay.
you. With Miss Putri, okay, Miss Putri, your focus is all about the pregnant women. So based on the disaster risk management or preparedness, one of the vulnerable groups are the pregnant women. Okay, they are the vulnerable group. So they are the priority in case there is a disaster. So they are the first one that they needed to be help. They need help during a disaster. So there are no specific as of now. As of now, okay, as of now, we have not yet. I have not yet read any specific um, a specific management, particularly with a pregnant women. However, if a pregnant woman once placed in an evacuation center, of course, they will have their checkups with their prenatal, internatal, and postnatal in case, and at the same time, if this pregnant woman is required for a delivery or will be in a will be having a baby, of course, they will be transferring this pregnant women to the hospital for safety and good delivery to the baby. So that's the things that we are trying to do. It is usually based on the management in the evacuation centers. Okay, but just like what I've said, pregnant women is one of the vulnerable group or the priority groups in case there's a disaster.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. This is the last question and answer sessions. Thank you very much for your
Thank you,
participation.
sir
I would like
Mulyadi.
to
Thank
thank the
you.
speaker for informative and interesting presentations and all the participants for the very active participations. Finally, give the applause for the speaker and for you all. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir, is it okay for me to leave? Is it
Okay,
okay for me
sir.
to
Is
leave?
it
Thank you
okay?
so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, if you have any questions, I again just send it to Sir Mulyadi and then I'll answer it to my email. Thank you so much.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Now, please welcome to the third speaker, Mr. Taufik Abbas, STMST, to deliver his presentations about strengthening disaster risk reductions management toward a resilient North Maluku. For information, Mr. Taufik Abbas, STMST, is the head disaster preparedness National Board for Disaster Management, North Maluku. He was born at Ngofakiaha, 17 August 1972. He has received his bachelor degree in Technic Electro 1996 and taken his master degree at Magister Science 2015. He has a lot of social responsibilities, professional services, invited speaker, training experiences that I cannot mention one by one. Mr. Taufik Abbas, the time is yours. Sir, please open your microphone. Mr. Taufik, please open your microphone. Okay, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Sebelumnya saya sampaikan terima kasih kepada penyelenggara, dalam hal ini Poltekkes Kemenkes Ternate, di mana telah memberikan ruang kepada kami dari BPBD Provinsi Maluku Utara untuk dapat berpartisipasi dalam seminar internasional Global Disaster Management. Satu hal yang menarik kalau kita melihat dari skop Maluku Utara, di mana kita memberikan membahas suatu kebencanaan dalam tataran internasional. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita sekalian. Salam sehat dan salam tangguh Maluku Utara. Di sini sebelumnya saya sampaikan permohonan maaf dari pimpinan kami, Pak Kepala Pelaksana BPBD Provinsi Maluku Utara. Seyogyanya beliau harus menyampaikan materi pada seminar internasional ini, tapi karena ada hal yang mendesak menyangkut dengan kejadian yang ada di Maluku Utara. Sudah 2 minggu ini kita ditempa ada beberapa bencana, dan pada hari ini juga saya berada di Jakarta karena memang sebentar nanti pukul 11 kami juga harus memenuhi undangan dari BNPB. Jadi ya hal ini juga harus kita berbagi sama-sama dengan kepentingan dan punya urusan yang utara. Di mana materi kami yaitu menyangkut dengan pengurangan risiko bencana atau diistilahkan PRB sebagai upaya menuju Maluku Utara tangguh. Di antaranya adalah kesiapsiagaan dan mitigasi.
Sir, I'm sorry. Can you make it full screen?
Already.
Pakai full screen, Pak.
Sorry.
Ya Pak, pakai itu Pak ya. Itu tadi. Ya. Itu Pak. Ya, makasih Pak.
Already?
Iya, sudah Pak.
Ya, jadi materi saya mungkin yang bisa kami bawakan di sini yaitu menyangkut dengan pengurangan risiko bencana sebagai upaya menuju Maluku Utara tangguh. Kebetulan keseharian saya mungkin di kurikulum vitae sudah jelas bahwa membidangi bidang pencegahan dan kesiapsiagaan yang mana merupakan suatu tugas fungsi yang memberikan penguatan terhadap stakeholder terkait. Oke, kita bisa melihat secara gambaran umum wilayah Provinsi Maluku Utara, di mana Maluku Utara itu ada secara administrasi ya ada 8 kabupaten dan 2 kota, terus wilayah di mana ada sekitar 181 desa dan kelurahan. Di sini juga kita memiliki ada sekitar 50 sungai yang ada. Mungkin tadi sudah disampaikan juga oleh Pak Deputi Sistem dan Strategis, Pak Dr. Udrek tadi menyangkut dengan apa itu bencana, di mana kita melihat bahwa konsep bencana ini mana diatur pada Undang-Undang 24 tahun 2007 tentang penanggulangan bencana, bahwa bencana adalah peristiwa atau rangkaian peristiwa yang mengancam dan mengganggu kehidupan dan penghidupan masyarakat yang disebabkan oleh faktor alam, non-alam, maupun ulah manusia itu sendiri, di mana akan timbul korban jiwa maupun kerusakan infrastruktur dan harta benda maupun berdampak pada psikologis. Jadi sesuatu ataupun kejadian yang mengakibatkan adanya korban jiwa, adanya kerusakan infrastruktur, adanya ketergangguan psikologis, itulah yang kita disebutkan sebagai bencana. Di mana bencana ada bencana alam, bencana non alam maupun bencana sosial. Saya rasa ini sudah merupakan informasi yang teman-teman ataupun para peserta seminar ini sudah bisa melihat dalam kondisi yang ada. Konsep dasar bencana, di mana ada beberapa indikator-indikator yang memberikan dampak terhadap suatu bencana itu sendiri, di mana ada ancaman, ada kerentanan maupun ada kapasitas. Nah, kalau kita melihat daripada indikator ini, berarti ancaman otomatis tetap ada. Nah, kerentanan ini kemungkinan bisa kita perkecil dan kapasitas ini bisa kita tingkatkan sehingga risiko itu bisa kecil dalam terjadinya bencana. Ini juga mungkin suatu hal yang butuh kita lakukan di dalam hal pengurangan risiko bencana. . Ya, jadi ada beberapa hal yang menjadi item komponen yang memberikan dampak terhadap suatu budaya sadar bencana, di mana adanya beberapa indikator ataupun variabel. Di situ ada variabel ancaman, ada siklus ataupun sejarah terjadi bencana, kearifan lokal, kerentanan dan kapasitas masyarakat. Nah, ini yang menjadi suatu indikator-indikator ini yang mungkin kita harus secara ini dalam kehidupan sehari-hari masyarakat harus mengetahui ancaman yang ada di sekitarnya, terus di tempat situ ada beberapa kali terjadi bencana sesuai dengan jenis bencana apa yang sering terjadi, terus dalam hal menyikapi bencana-bencana atau jenis bencana apa yang terjadi itu dengan kearifan lokal ataupun apa yang ada di dalam masyarakat sendiri untuk bagaimana memberikan dampak dari bencana itu bisa kecil ataupun resikonya bisa diperkecil. Nah, kerentanan ini yang tadi harus kita lakukan diperkecil kerentanannya sehingga kapasitas masyarakat bisa kita tingkatkan dan budaya sadar bencana akan kita penuhi. Ya, tadi mungkin sudah disampaikan oleh beberapa pemateri menyangkut dengan paradigma kebencanaan, di mana paradigma kebencanaan pada era ini kita sudah beralih dari responsif ke preventif ataupun pencegahan, dari sektoral kepada multisektoral, dan di mana ada pemahaman atau yang kita lihat selama ini bahwa bencana itu hanya adalah urusan pemerintah, tetapi ini merupakan tanggung jawab bersama dan itu diatur dalam Undang-Undang 24 tahun 2007. Sentralisasi, tapi sekarang sudah desentralisasi. Tanggap darurat, di mana paradigma itu sudah berubah bahwa kita harus dilakukan dengan pengurangan risiko bencana. Pengurangan risiko bencana juga menjadi bagian dalam proses pembangunan. Jadi setiap tahapan-tahapan pembangunan mulai dari perencanaan maupun pelaksanaan, pengurangan risiko bencana harus masuk pada konsep perencanaan pembangunan di daerah maupun dalam hal ini di pusat juga. Perlindungan masyarakat dari ancaman bencana adanya hak asasi dan menjadi kewajiban pemerintah. Jadi ini merupakan urusan wajib bagi pemerintah dalam hal perlindungan masyarakat terhadap ancaman-ancaman. Di mana ada beberapa pengalaman yang kita lihat bahwa pada saat prabencana, di mana kita kurang perhatikan hal-hal yang harus dipenuhi, kesiapsiagaan kita kurang, dan bencana terjadi pada saat waktu yang kita tidak siap maupun pada waktu-waktu yang memang kita menganggap bahwa dalam keadaan normal itu biasa-biasa saja, mungkin seperti itu ya. Terus pada saat kondisi darurat, di mana akan terjadi kepanikan, tidak tahu apa yang harus diperbuat, koordinasinya, ya seperti itu. Ada stres, distribusi bantuan kacau, ketidakpercayaan pada pemerintah, apalagi dengan tekanan media, terus isu menyesatkan dari pihak yang tidak bertanggung jawab. Nah, ini juga sesuai dengan kondisi terkini, yang mana ada informasi-informasi yang begitu cepat akan kita dapatin, sehingga ini juga memberikan dampak pada bagaimana pengelolaan kebencanaan pada saat tanggap darurat. Kalau pada saat posisi kondisi pasca bencana, itu di mana pemulihan fisik, sosial, ekonomi, dan lingkungan berjalannya lambat. Nah, hal ini karena tidak menutup kemungkinan karena dilihat dari faktor pembiayaan, di mana kalau kita melihat di Maluku Utara, untuk pembangunan dalam konteks normal saja, kita masih ketergantungan dengan pembiayaan dari APBN. Ini juga menjadi suatu hal yang kondisi yang harus disikapi oleh pemerintah daerah dalam memberikan porsi-porsi penganggaran terhadap penanggulangan bencana itu sesuai dengan kondisi Maluku Utara. Bantuan hanya sebatas pada tanggap darurat, memang yaitu kondisi di mana pada saat terjadi bencana memang siapa saja akan memberikan bantuan dalam hal kemanusiaan, tapi secara terorganisir itu yang memang harus kita lakukan, di mana akan tidak terjadinya pemerintahan dalam bantuan maupun psikososial tidak secara tuntas menyisakan depresi yang mendalam. Kerangka pengurangan risiko bencana, kerangka kerja ya, berkaitan dengan pembangunan berkelanjutan, di mana ada beberapa alur mekanisme dalam pembangunan berkelanjutan, yaitu kita harus melihat dari faktor risiko, di mana ada kerentanan, di dalam situ ada kerentanan menyangkut dengan sosial, ekonomi, fisik maupun lingkungan. Nah, dalam konsep kerentanan ini yang mana harus kita perkecil dalam hal mengurangi nilai ataupun kondisi yang ada, misalnya di sosial itu gejala sosial itu harus kita juga melihat seperti itu, ekonomi juga begitu maupun fisik dan lingkungan. Untuk bahaya, di mana kita tahu ada bahaya geologi, hidrometeorologi, biologi, teknologi, lingkungan. Nah, yang kita hadapi sekarang ini adalah biologi dengan adanya pandemi kemarin itu. Terus 2 ataupun 3 minggu kemarin kita juga di Maluku Utara hampir seluruh kabupaten 8 dan 2 kota itu mengalami bencana hidrometeorologi, yaitu banjir, rob maupun cuaca ekstrim. Fokus pengurangan risiko bencana juga kita melihat adalah penciptaan kewaspadaan, di mana harus kita lakukan perubahan-perubahan perilaku untuk bagaimana setiap masyarakat bahwa daerah yang mungkin menjadi tempat bekerja ataupun tempat tinggal itu dia harus mengetahui, sehingga kewaspadaan terhadap bencana itu juga dia pahami. Pengembangan pengetahuan ini juga perlu adanya informasi, pendidikan dan pelatihan maupun penelitian. Ini juga mungkin ya yang ada di teman-teman di perguruan tinggi untuk dalam hal penelitian maupun pendidikan. Terus komitmen politik, di mana ada dari internasional, regional, nasional, dan daerah. Terus ada kelembagaan yang mengatur pengembangan kebijakan, legislasi, dan aturan pengembangan organisasi kegiatan masyarakat. Baru diadakanlah identifikasi risiko dan pengkajian dampak. Nah, ini akan muncul dengan peringatan dini, penerapan upaya pengurangan risiko bencana, pemulihan, dan adanya manajemen darurat dan diakibatkan oleh dari dampak bencana. Mungkin ini hanya kaitan dengan kerangka kerja ya pengurangan risiko bencana. Sektor yang mempengaruhi pada saat terjadinya bencana yaitu ada beberapa sektor di situ, yaitu bidang infrastruktur, bidang sosial budaya, bidang perekonomian, bidang pemerintah keamanan dan ketertiban. Sehingga baik itu bencana alam maupun bencana non alam ataupun bencana sosial. Jadi saya rasa ini semuanya ada di dalam stakeholder pemerintahan ya. Pada bidang infrastruktur itu ada perhubungan, pengendalian lingkungan, PU, perumahan dan seterusnya, sosial, ada juga di bidang ekonomi itu pertanian, perikanan, perindak dan seterusnya. Tadi mungkin sudah dijelaskan dari Pak Romi ya, Pak Romi itu menyangkut dengan bencana di Filipina. Nah, kita Maluku Utara ada beberapa juga yang kita bisa lihat, ada geologi di mana terdapat gempa bumi, tsunami, letusan gunung api. Terus ada hidrometeorologi di mana ada bencana jenis bencana banjir, tanah longsor, kekeringan, topan, badai. Biologi ada hama, wabah, penyakit menular yang sekarang kita sama-sama merasakan di pandemi COVID ini. Dan ada kegagalan teknologi ataupun kecelakaan industri, transportasi, kebocoran reaktor nuklir. Dan lingkungan ada kebakarannya, pemukiman maupun hutan. Sosial ada konflik sosial. Penyelenggaraan penanggulangan bencana di sini ada beberapa hal yang harus kita lihat, ada faktor politik, ada faktor lingkungan maupun sosial, sehingga pada dalam hal penetapan kebijakan pembangunan itu tahapan-tahapan daripada bencana, mulai dari prabencana, saat tanggap darurat maupun pasca bencana. Pada saat prabencana, di mana kalau kita melihat di situ ada situasi yang tidak ada bencana maupun ada situasi yang terdapat potensi bencana, sehingga apa yang kita harus lakukan di situ ada itu perencanaan, pencegahan, pengurangan risiko, pendidikan, pelatihan, penelitian, dan penataan tata ruang. Untuk suatu terjadi potensi, maka kita harus lakukan mitigasi, peringatan dini, dan kesiapsiagaan. Nah, untuk pada saat tanggap darurat, itu kita harus lakukan kaji cepat, status keadaan darurat harus diterbitkan, penyelamatan evakuasi, pemenuhan kebutuhan, dan perlindungan dan pemulihan. Sedangkan pada saat pasca bencana, itu ada dua hal yang harus dilakukan, yaitu rehabilitasi dan rekonstruksi. Rehabilitasi baik itu prasarana maupun sosial, ekonomi, kesehatan. Sedangkan untuk rekonstruksi juga demikian. Kebijakan penanggulangan bencana di Provinsi Maluku Utara sesuai dengan renstra-nya BPPD, yaitu terwujudnya di visinya itu terwujudnya masyarakat Maluku Utara yang tangguh menghadapi bencana. Dengan misi ada beberapa, di situ ada membangun sistem koordinasi penanggulangan bencana yang cepat dan tangguh, dan meningkatkan kemampuan kelembagaan. Nah, ini dalam hal penanggulangan bencana secara terencana, melaksanakan program penanggulangan bencana secara cepat dan tepat. Dan seterusnya sampai pada strategi ini penguatan regulasi kapasitas kelembagaan PB, perencanaan penanggulangan bencana yang terpadu, pelaksanaan pelatihan dan pendidikan, peningkatan kapasitas sumber daya manusia, perlindungan masyarakat. Ini ada ilustrasi juga ya, bagaimana daerah dikatakan tangguh menghadapi bencana. Apakah kita memiliki dana siaga bencana sebanyak 200 miliar? Apakah kita memiliki relawan 200 orang? Apakah kita memiliki peralatan yang canggih? Ya, dalam hal ini memang harus kita dikategori siap menghadapi bencana, tapi belum tentu tangguh. Nah, untuk melihat ini, bahwa masyarakat harus tangguh bencana, berarti ada dua hal yang dimana untuk melakukan pengurangan risiko bencana, itu kesiapsiagaan dan mitigasi. Itu yang perlu dilakukan. Kesiapsiagaan ini merupakan kita mampu mengenali ancaman dan memprediksi sebelum terjadinya bencana. Itu kesiapsiagaan. Mampu mencegah bencana jika mungkin, jika tidak mampu berarti kita harus mengurangi dampaknya. Jika terjadi bencana, mampu menanggulangi secara efektif, dan setelah bencana terjadi mampu pulih kembali sesuai dengan sebelum terjadi bencana. Di mana kesiapsiagaan ini kita ada beberapa hal yang harus dilakukan, yaitu ada 9 tahapan kesiapsiagaan, yaitu penilaian risiko bencana. Kalau di dalam pelaksanaan penanggulangan bencana, penilaian risiko bencana ini merupakan kajian dokumen risiko bencana. Jadi harus dilakukan penilaian di mana akan nanti munculnya itu kajian risiko bencana. Terus ada juga perencanaan siaga, di mana itu merupakan dokumen kontingensi planning ya, mobilisasi sumber daya, resource, terus pendidikan pelatihan juga harus dilakukan, koordinasi itu yang diutamakan, mekanisme respon, peringatan dini, dan manajemen informasi serta gladi dan simulasi. Ini tahapan-tahapan ini yang harus dipenuhi untuk kita bisa berikan terhadap masyarakat untuk mendapatkan kesiapsiagaan dalam menghadapi bencana. Penilaian risiko sudah untuk Maluku Utara, kami di Provinsi Maluku Utara sudah melakukan yaitu kajian risiko bencana (KRB) dan melahirkan suatu dokumen dan ketersediaan juga peta risiko bencana. Bencana kontingensi, di mana hal yang harus dilakukan di setiap daerah yang merupakan rawan bencana, sehingga di situ kita harus menentukan ada satu jenis bencana atau ancaman yang paling tinggi, baru kita lakukan skenario kejadian, kita menyusun kebijakan penanganan, kaji kebutuhan, inventarisasi sumber daya, buat perencanaan di setiap sektor dan uji kaji dan pemutakhiran. Mobilisasi sumber daya, inventarisasi semua sumber daya yang dimiliki oleh daerah, identifikasi sumber daya yang tersedia dan siap digunakan, serta mengidentifikasi sumber daya dari luar yang dapat dimobilisasi untuk keperluan darurat. Pendidikan dan pelatihan, itu melakukan pendidikan di sekolah-sekolah, melakukan pelatihan secara kontinu, di mana manajerial dan teknik operasional. Kalau di Provinsi Maluku Utara, teman-teman BPPD kemarin dengan BNPB telah melakukan penyusunan modul pengintegrasian pengurangan risiko bencana pada mata pelajaran. Dan ini mungkin juga teman-teman di Poltekkes juga mungkin bisa menyusun juga dalam kurikulum, sehingga setiap mahasiswa juga melihat konsep kebencanaan ya dalam hal pengurangan risiko bencana ya. Ini yang perlu dilakukan. Kalau untuk di Kemendikbud itu ada satu program Satuan Pendidikan Aman Bencana. Nah, ini juga mungkin menjadi suatu program yang harus diterapkan di dunia pendidikan. Koordinasi yaitu membentuk forum koordinasi, menyelenggarakan pertemuan berkala secara rutin, saling bertukar informasi, dan menyusun rencana terpadu. Peringatan dini, penyampaian informasi yang tepat dan waktu yang efektif melalui kelembagaan yang jelas, sehingga memungkinkan setiap individu yang terancam bahaya dapat mengambil langkah untuk menghindari atau mengurangi risiko dan mempersiapkan diri untuk melakukan upaya tanggap darurat yang efektif. Di mana pengetahuan tentang risiko, risiko yaitu pengumpulan data yang sistemis dan melaksanakan asesmen risiko. Ini tadi sudah saya sampaikan menyangkut dengan kajian risiko bencana yang telah dilakukan. Mekanisme respon, ada penyiapan posko, menyiapkan tim reaksi cepat, prosedur tetap, menentukan insiden komander, melakukan upaya penanggulangan. Manajemen informasi juga, ciptakan sistem informasi yang mudah diakses, dimengerti, dan disebarluaskan. Informasi yang disampaikan harus akurat. Di kegiatan gladi juga ya harus dilakukan untuk menguji tingkat kesiapsiagaan ya. Dan gladi atau simulasi harus dilakukan secara berkala. Nah, untuk mitigasi dilakukan untuk mengurangi risiko bencana bagi masyarakat yang berada pada kawasan rawan bencana ya. Kegiatan mitigasi yang dimaksud dilakukan melalui pelaksanaan penataan ruang. Jadi mulai dari penyusunan RT/RW, tata ruang itu sudah harus dilakukan dengan konsep mitigasi. Pengaturan pembangunan infrastruktur tata bangunan, apalagi kalau di daerah-daerah rawan daerah gempa, makanya untuk bangunan tahan gempa itu harus punya standarisasi sendiri. Penyelenggaraan pendidikan, penyuluhan, dan pelatihan baik secara konvensional maupun modern. Prinsip mitigasi yaitu bencana adalah titik awal upaya mitigasi bagi bencana serupa berikutnya. Jadi memang pada posisi mitigasi ini kita sudah harus melihat bahwa pada titik awal ataupun bencana yang telah terjadi otomatis dalam pelaksanaan rehabilitasi maupun konstruksi itu sudah ada muatan-muatan mitigasi yang harus kita lakukan. Upaya mitigasi itu kompleks, saling bertergantungan dan melibatkan banyak pihak. Upaya mitigasi aktif lebih efektif dibandingkan upaya mitigasi pasif. Jika sumber daya terbatas, prioritaskan harus diberikan pada kelompok rentan. Nah, itu kelompok rentan itu adalah yang tadi itu manula, ibu hamil, anak kecil, ya, itu yang harus diprioritaskan. Upaya mitigasi memerlukan pemantauan dan evaluasi terus-menerus untuk mengetahui perubahan situasi. Ini saya rasa unsur spesifik dalam mitigasi ini ada asuransi, ya, sudah regulasi, ya, ada peraturan bangunan tadi misalnya, ada kode legislasi, ada undang-undang atau peraturan daerah yang mengatur menyangkut tata ruang bisa dibangun daerah resapan, daerah pemukiman. Nah, ini yang harus kita lihat sama-sama. Upaya struktural, ya, ada pembuatan dam, tanggul, bangunan pengatur banjir. Terus ada rencana kontingensi juga, ada rencana evakuasi dan sebagainya. Pendidikan ada informasi publik, penyebaran melalui media massa, kepedulian masyarakat. Pelatihan ini adalah orientasi untuk pejabat, ya, dalam hal pejabat yang membidangi kegiatan-kegiatan kebencanaan, manajemen bencana, petugas lapangan, relawan, pelatihan coba. Sumber daya ketersediaan unit tanggap darurat, ya, peralatan, SDM, lokasi serta kontak person. Strategi mitigasi. Mitigasi harus diintegrasikan dalam program pembangunan yang lebih besar. Pemilihan upaya mitigasi harus didasarkan atas biaya dan manfaat. Agar dapat diterima masyarakat, mitigasi harus menunjukkan hasil yang sesegera mungkin. Upaya mitigasi juga harus dimulai dari yang mudah dilaksanakan sesegera setelah bencana. Mitigasi dilakukan dengan cara meningkatkan kemampuan lokal dalam manajemen dan perencanaan. Jadi mitigasi itu harus melihat kemampuan lokal yang ada. Beberapa strategi menuju Maluku Utara tangguh menghadapi bencana, di mana ada beberapa aspek yang harus dipenuhi untuk menuju Maluku Utara tangguh, yaitu pemanfaatan sumber daya ataupun kearifan lokal. Ya, kalau kita melihat Maluku Utara dalam konteks lokal, ya, bahwa untuk pengurangan risiko bencana, penyadaran terhadap masyarakat. Nah, ini kalau di lokal masyarakat, halo.
Pak, lanjut Pak, lanjut.
Iya, jadi dalam pemanfaatan sumber daya ataupun kearifan lokal ini banyak hal yang menjadi suatu suatu kekuatan kita, ya, dalam hal mensosialisasi menyangkut dengan pengurangan risiko bencana, melakukan penyadaran terhadap masyarakat, sehingga ini lebih efektif. Terus harus melakukan pengurangan kerentanan, itu jelas, peningkatan kapasitas itu jelas, peningkatan pengetahuan dan kesadaran, penerapan manajemen, pelibatan seluruh lapisan masyarakat pasti, pemaduan, pengurangan risiko bencana dalam perencanaan pembangunan, dukungan pemerintah dan dunia usaha, pengurus taman, pengurangan risiko bencana. Ya, jadi di dalam aspek-aspek ini yang mana sebagai tugas fungsi BPBD, ya, dalam hal kebencanaan ini harus memenuhi ada beberapa aspek ini, sehingga kita bisa menuju pada masyarakat ataupun Maluku Utara tangguh. Ini adalah beberapa program yang dilakukan di BPBD Provinsi Maluku Utara, yaitu pada program kegiatan prabencana, apa yang harus kita lakukan diantaranya adalah koordinasi antara SKPD dan sektor terkait tentang penanggulangan bencana. Jadi di sini bahwa teman-teman dari kesehatan mungkin sudah lebih familiar ya dalam hal pelaksanaan kegiatan kebencanaan, tapi dari sisi sektor yang lain ini yang bisa kita lihat bahwa ketergantungan BPBD itu sangat tinggi. Ternyata di dalam Undang-Undang 24 BPBD itu ada 3 fungsi, yaitu fungsi komando, fungsi koordinasi, dan fungsi pelaksana. Gitu. Jadi dalam fungsi komando ini di saat tanggap darurat, fungsi koordinasi di saat prabencana, dan pelaksanaan pada saat pasca bencana. Sosialisasi pengurangan risiko bencana tetap dilakukan, dan untuk Provinsi Maluku Utara, BPBD Provinsi Maluku Utara mungkin dalam hal penguatan ini di teman-teman di BPBD Kabupaten Kota. Tapi harapan daripada kegiatan-kegiatan pengurangan risiko bencana ini yang lebih dititik beratkan itu kepada masyarakat, sehingga hal ini juga menjadi tanggung jawab kita bersama, tanggung jawab dari BPBD provinsi maupun BPBD kabupaten kota, bagaimana memberikan sosialisasi pengurangan risiko bencana terhadap dan budaya siaga bencana terhadap masyarakat. Ada sekolah atau madrasah aman bencana yang tadi saya sampaikan. Kalau di Kemendikbud itu satuan pendidikan aman bencana. Fasilitasi dan pembentukan desa ataupun kelurahan siaga bencana atau disebutkan dengan destana. Fasilitasi dan penyusunan dokumen rencana kontingensi. Pembentukan dan penguatan relawan. Nah, relawan ini juga di dalam perekrutmen maupun pembentukan ini juga, ini yang mungkin harus dibuat suatu payung hukum sehingga bisa terorganisir. Contohnya menyangkut dengan forum pengurangan risiko bencana, misalnya forum PRB Maluku Utara, terus ke forum PRB kabupaten kota dan seterusnya. Simulasi evakuasi mandiri harus tetap dilakukan, terus gladi penanggulangan bencana. Data yang kami peroleh itu jumlah destana ya di Provinsi Maluku Utara itu baru terbentuk 32 desa dan kelurahan, jumlah relawan juga baru 960 orang, jumlah dokumen renkon, ya kita baru 3 renkon, banjir, dan 1 renkon, gempa bumi atau tsunami, dan 2 renkon gunung api. Untuk kegiatan sekolah madrasah aman bencana itu baru di Kota Ternate dan Halmahera Barat. Untuk kegiatan saat bencana, harus yang dilakukan yaitu pembentukan tim reaksi cepat. Nah, untuk Provinsi Maluku Utara, dalam hal pembentukan reaksi cepat ini harus melibatkan teman-teman BPBD kabupaten kota. Karena apa? Karena wilayah ataupun daerah bencana itu lebih dekat ke teman-teman di kabupaten kota, sehingga fungsi kami BPBD provinsi harus melakukan penguatan terhadap teman-teman di BPBD kabupaten kota. Penguatan SDM juga seperti itu, logistik dan peralatan, respon darurat. Dan untuk pasca bencana, penguatan kapasitas kelembagaan sama ya untuk teman-teman di kabupaten kota. Kita juga pembentukan tim kaji kebutuhan pasca bencana. Terus ada pembentukan kader pendamping psikososial, terus ada rehabilitasi daerah pasca bencana. Untuk 2022 kita mungkin ada beberapa program prioritas, yaitu menyangkut dengan mitigasi struktural, rancang bangun dan mitigasi vegetasi, mitigasi non struktural, ada edukasi publik, kampanye, promosi pendidikan kebencanaan, literasi kebencanaan. Terus kriterianya itu lokasi yang indeks risikonya sedang dan tinggi, analisa kebutuhan daerah berdasarkan kebutuhan, penguatan kegiatan yang telah dilakukan sebelumnya. Kalau kita melihat dari ilustrasi gambar ini, ya, bahwa kebersamaan adalah kekuatan untuk apa namanya menjaga kebersamaan itu sendiri, ya. Jadi kita harus bersama, harus kompak. Ya, kebersamaan harus kompak. Jika tidak, akhirnya semua pihak jalan sendiri-sendiri. Semua tindakan penanggulangan bencana jadi terserang salah, serba salah. Mungkin ini ilustrasi kita. Ya, mungkin itu ya dari kami, dari penyampaian materi kami. Jadi hal yang bisa kami sampaikan seperti itu, dan mungkin hal yang mungkin kita sama-sama bisa renungkan, ya. Bila kita sayangi alam, maka alam akan sayangi kita. Bila jalan air kita ambil, maka jalan kita akan dilewatkan, ya. Jadi mungkin itu dari kami. Kalau ada kurangnya kami mohon maaf, dan kita bisa berdiskusi atau kita bisa berbagi. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Pak Taufik Abbas. Untuk teman-teman, jika ada yang ingin bertanya, dipersilahkan. Ya, ini saya dulu Pak. Saya mau bertanya ini terkait, kan kalau di kejadian bencana itu kita sebagai pekerja di bidang kesehatan itu membutuhkan kerjasama, saling kerjasama antara Kesling dan keperawatan, keperawatan dan kebidanan dan semuanya. Nah, terkait hal itu kita harus membangun satu persepsi yang sama, Pak. Apa yang kita lakukan di lapangan, apa yang kita lakukan nantinya ketika tidak di lapangan, itu bisakah dijelaskan Pak secara detail bentuk kolaborasi dan bagaimana membangun satu kerjasama yang tidak saling menyinggung atau tidak saling berbenturan antar satu instansi atau satu bidang kesehatan dengan bidang kesehatan yang lain, Pak. Karena sering begini, Pak, nanti Kesling juga akan membawa tandu mayat seperti itu, padahal itu bukan tugasnya Kesling seperti itu, Pak. Nanti ada keperawatan juga, nanti mereka berupaya untuk mencari sumber air, padahal itu tugasnya Kesling seperti itu. Nantinya berbenturan begitu, Pak. Ya, monggo Pak.
Ya, terima kasih ya atas pertanyaannya. Jadi kita sharing aja nih, Pak Mulyadi. Di mana di sistem penanggulangan bencana, otomatis yang tadi disampaikan bahwa manajemen penanggulangan bencana itu tidak serta-merta pada saat tanggap darurat baru kita lakukan.
Adaptasi sebetulnya selama hidup, selama hidup kita, kejadian bencana, kemudian ada transfer antar generasi dan transfer antar.
Ya Pak, lanjut Pak, lanjut.
Oke. Jadi di dalam sistem perencanaan penanggulangan bencana, di mana kita melihat ada tahapan-tahapan yang harus dilakukan, ya, sehingga ini kita bisa sama-sama pahami, di mana ada kajian risiko bencana, dokumen kajian risiko bencana. Turunan daripada dokumen kajian bencana adalah dokumen rencana penanggulangan bencana. Setelah dokumen rencana penanggulangan bencana itu ada, baru ditindaklanjuti dengan dokumen penanggulangan kedaruratan bencana. Di dalam dokumen penanggulangan kedaruratan bencana itu masih melihat secara jenis-jenis bencana yang ada atau secara global bencana. Nah, yang tadi dimaksudkan oleh Pak Mulyadi, bagaimana sehingga tugas ya siapa berbuat apa, tugasnya siapa. Nah, itu di dalam penyusunan dokumen rencana kontingensi. Jadi di dalam rencana kontingensi itu kita sudah menentukan jenis bencana apa yang terjadi misalnya. Terus kita sudah bisa kita sudah bisa menilai kemampuan sumber daya kita itu di dalam daerah yang akan kita lakukan penyusunan dokumen kontingensi itu punya kekuatan seperti apa. Nah, kita balik lagi kepada sumber daya manusia, di mana ada yang tadi disampaikan pada saat terjadi bencana akan terjadi tumpang tindih misalnya tugas ataupun hal yang dilakukan. Nah, ini karena yang tadi itu dalam pelaksanaan darurat itu tidak kita tidak punya panduan. Nah, sehingga dengan penyusunan dokumen kontingensi tadi, rencana kontingensi tadi, nah itu nantinya akan dibawakan pada saat pelaksanaan operasi. Gitu. Pelaksanaan operasi itu yang akan kita ikutin daripada rencana kontingensi tadi. Jadi memang itu kesiapsiagaan dalam hal perencanaan itu suka tidak suka kita harus lakukan, gitu loh. Sehingga apa yang tadi disampaikan oleh Pak Sultan juga menyangkut dengan paradigma kebencanaan, di mana kita melihat dalam konsep pembiayaan saja itu nanti pada saat terjadi bencana. Padahal ini kita sudah berapa kali sudah berapa presentasi kerugian daerah, kasarnya seperti itu, korban jiwa. Padahal kan investasi itu kita bisa bawakan pada investasi prabencana. Investasi pengurangan risiko bencana ini memang harus kita lakukan. Mungkin itu Pak Mulyadi dari saya.
Ya, terima kasih Pak. Ada pertanyaan ini Pak dari Arsanti Duko Malamo. Kepada Arsanti Duko Malamo disilahkan.
Baik. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Perkenalkan, saya Arsanti Duko Malamo dari jurusan keperawatan. Saya ingin bertanya Bapak, bagaimana meningkatkan kapasitas masyarakat tentang fenomena-fenomena baru yang asing di telinga masyarakat, salah satunya fenomena aerob yang baru-baru ini terjadi di daerah Ternate. Kemudian yang kedua, bagaimana upaya pengurangan risiko bencana saat cuaca ekstrim khususnya di bulan Desember. Soalnya yang kita tahu bulan Desember kan sering tuh mengalami cuaca buruk. Baik itu Bapak, saya kembali.
Pak Mulyadi, saya langsung ya?
Iya, langsung Pak, silakan Pak.
Oh, siap. Oke, terima kasih dari Mbak Arsanti ya.
Ibu Arsanti Duko Malamo Pak.
Ibu Arsanti.
Siap.
Ya. Jadi tadi yang ditanyakan menyangkut bagaimana melakukan peningkatan kapasitas terhadap masyarakat. Ya, terus yang kedua pengurangan risiko bencana dengan yang adanya cuaca ekstrim ya. Kalau di dalam pelaksanaan penanggulangan bencana dalam hal peningkatan kapasitas masyarakat di program kita ya, kita tadi ini berkaitan ya pertanyaan yang disampaikan oleh Pak Mulyadi juga dalam hal penyusunan dokumen rencana kontingensi, kita juga harus melakukan ada satu program ya, namanya program Desa Tangguh Bencana. Itu sangat-sangat efektif kalau kita melihat, karena apa? Program Desa Tangguh Bencana ini itu kan langsung terhadap pembentukan ya, kita langsung melakukan pembentukan forum pengurangan risiko bencana di internal desa misalnya. Di situ juga akan kita melihat ya di dalam forum pengurangan risiko bencana di internal desa akan melihat kemampuan maupun kapasitas yang ada di desa. Sehingga apa? Dalam hal misalnya kapasitas dari sisi sosialisasi misalnya, merasa bahwa masyarakat itu masih minim pemahaman terhadap jenis-jenis bencana yang ada di lingkungan mereka misalnya. Dari tahapan informasi menyangkut jenis bencana, itu yang harus dilakukan sosialisasi sehingga masyarakat setempat memahami, mengetahui, oh daerah kita itu ada jenis bencana A, B, C, dan D. Ya, kalau kita di Maluku Utara itu ada sekitar 13 jenis bencana. Dari kajian risiko bencana itu ada 13. Dari mulai banjir sampai ke yang terakhir itu likuifaksi. Tapi untuk dominasi kejadian bencana itu adalah banjir, terus gelombang pasang, cuaca ekstrim, dan gempa bumi. Itu ada 3 itu yang menjadi prioritas bencana yang terjadi. Jadi mungkin untuk kapasitas masyarakat mungkin dengan program intervensi program seperti itu. Dan hal-hal ada hal yang harus dilihat bahwa penanggulangan bencana ini bukan serta-merta hanya dari pemerintah ataupun pemerintah daerah. Tapi ini merupakan tanggung jawab bersama. Ini Undang-Undang 24 tahun 2007. Sehingga teman-teman dari pengusaha ya, dalam hal ini misalnya swasta, mereka punya tanggung jawab ke situ karena dengan konsep CSR mereka itu. Jadi CSR itu bukan hanya dalam hal memberikan beasiswa kepada lingkungan aktivitas mereka di situ ataupun seperti memberikan modal usaha, tapi dalam hal bagaimana melakukan pengurangan risiko bencana di dalam lingkaran usahanya itu juga penting. Apalagi kita melihat sekarang dengan usaha-usaha yang mengganggu ya, bukan mengganggu tapi usaha-usaha yang dapat berdampak pada lingkungan. Nah, ini juga harus punya konsekuensi terhadap bagaimana pengurangan risiko bencana di seputaran lingkaran usaha yang dia lakukan. Mungkin seperti itu ya. Saya sudah bisa memberikan pengurangan risiko bencana dengan kondisi ekstrim ini. Jadi ini adalah suatu tadi yang sudah disinggung juga menyangkut dengan konsep informasi. Jadi di mana ada informasi dalam hal cuaca yang buruk, cuaca yang tidak menentu, itu ada kewenangan di BMKG gitu loh. Nah, dalam hal kewenangan informasi ini kita harus satu sumber dari BMKG akan memberikan informasi kepada instansi-instansi terkait yang berdampak langsung pada kondisi cuaca seperti itu. Nah, kami dari BPBD dalam hal ini itu tugas kami itu memberikan informasi terhadap masyarakat. Jadi kita berjenjang dari BPBD provinsi, kabupaten kota, dan kabupaten kota, kecamatan, dan seterusnya. Nah, di mana ada satu unit kita namanya Pusdala, Pusat Data dan Informasi, yang memberikan seperti itu. Tapi kita melihat di Maluku Utara ini masih terjadi kendala, rentan kendali, di mana kesiapan ya untuk menunjang informasi yang begitu cepat itu masih masih kurang. Mungkin itu Ibu Arsanti ya, apa yang bisa kami bagikan.
Terima kasih Pak atas jawabannya. Terima kasih atas pertanyaannya Ibu Arsanti Doka Malama. Pertanyaan terakhir Pak ini dari perawat Margono. Assalamualaikum, mohon izin bertanya, dalam rencana dokumen kontingensi siapa saja yang terlibat, di mana peran relawan dalam penyusunan, dan apakah saat ini rencana kontingensi sudah dipublikasikan dan digeladi atau disimulasi? Silakan Pak.
Iya, terima kasih ya. Sangat menarik ini pertanyaannya. Keterlibatan dalam pelaksanaan penyusunan rencana kontingensi ini dilihat dari peran dalam pelaksanaan penanggulangan bencana itu sendiri. Jadi di dalam penyusunan dokumen rencana kontingensi yang utamanya itu kita melihat dari sisi jenis bencana yang ada. Dari sisi jenis bencana yang ada itu akan terlihat bahwa stakeholder yang terlibat langsung Nah, itu yang perlu dilibatkan. Nah, dalam hal keterlibatan stakeholder ini juga sebenarnya kalau kita merunut daripada Undang-Undang 24 tahun 2007 bahwa penanggulangan bencana ya itu adalah tanggung jawab bersama. Sehingga dalam melihat konsep keterlibatan atau tidak keterlibatan ini juga hal yang harus kita sama-sama pahami begitu, bahwa tanggung jawab bersama ini yang harus kita sama-sama dukung ya, sama-sama punya berbagi dalam hal pelaksanaan. Tetapi diingat bahwa keterlibatan stakeholder juga dalam terutama di situasi darurat itu dalam keterlibatan yang tadi disampaikan dengan pertanyaan yang pertama itu juga akan menjadi kendala karena tumpang tindih ya kan, tidak merata dalam penyaluran misalnya. Nah, sehingga ini skema apapun dokumen kontingensi dokumen rencana kontingensi ini memang benar-benar harus porsi dalam tugas, porsi dalam personil, porsi dalam sumber daya yang lain itu jelas di situ. Jadi mungkin kalau pandangan kami bahwa keterlibatan itu mutlak ya, keterlibatan itu diwajibkan dalam Undang-Undang 24, tetapi dalam hal pelaksanaan ya kita melihat kebutuhan sehingga hal ini juga tidak memberikan dampak yang terburuk buat penanganan darurat itu sendiri. Mungkin begitu Pak Mulyadi.
Ya, terima kasih banyak Pak atas pertanyaan dan jawabannya Pak, sangat luar biasa sekali. Kami dari Poltekkes Ternate mengucapkan terima kasih banyak untuk sharing materi yang sangat bermanfaat, baik untuk kami pribadi maupun untuk di luar Poltekkes Kemenkes Ternate. Akhirnya kami ingin menyampaikan sertifikat dari Poltekkes Ternate untuk Bapak Taufik Abbas, silakan. Ya, ini sertifikat Pak untuk Bapak Taufik Abbas, STMSI. Semoga di kedepan harinya kita bisa berjumpa lagi di kesempatan-kesempatan berikutnya. Terima kasih banyak. Berikan tepuk tangan untuk beliau.
Izin live ya?
Ya, silakan Pak, silakan.
Oh ya, makasih.
Sama-sama Pak. The next presenter is Mr. Wasis Nugroho, SCAP Nurse MCAP. Now, please welcome to the speaker, Mr. Wasis Nugroho, SCAP Nurse MCAP, to deliver his presentations about disaster management based on local wisdom. For information, he is a head of Center of Excellence at Health Poltekkes of Ternate. He teaches disaster management subject and has many researches and community empowerment related to disaster management that I cannot mention one by one. He has received his bachelor degree in University of Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta, and taken his master degree at University of Brawijaya. He has many work, teaching, writing, and speaker experiences that I cannot mention one by one. Mr. Wasis Nugroho, the time is yours.
Dia termau, pokoknya kesusah.
Mr. Wasis?
Iya, ya.
Oke, sir.
Pocok-pocok.
Okay, thank you
Ladies and
for
gentlemen.
time for me. present my present the international seminar. Sorry. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam, Pak.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes, the first honorable for Joe Sultan Tidore, Joe Haji Hussein Alting, SAMM, and the honorable for Ibu Rusni Muhammad, SPD MKes, Director of Health Polytechnic, Ministry of Health in Ternate, and honorable for all Assistant Director of Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health Ternate, Head of the study program, Nursing, Midwife, Program Nutrition, Environmental Health and Medical Laboratory Technique in the Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health in Ternate. All seminar participation, hope you are very happy and very enjoy for the international seminar this. And best word for the team Center of Excellence, Poltekkes Kemenkes Ternate. There is only one award, this best award, you are a great. Please applause. Okay, Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alamin. Word salts to be spoken about from the of the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Taala for the blessing gift to use all, so they can get here to the very good healthy. Sorry. The fearless used be on this stake to deliver low words. Know that we are the best, but because this is a mandate for to presence on these questions, allow me here to deliver. And the topic of the slide in the disaster management based on local wisdom. Okay, ladies and gentlemen and guys, this topic disaster management based on local wisdom. Yes, the outline, the present slide for present today. Three topic. Number one, harmonization of nature and humans, and the second topic, disaster impact, good side and weakness, and the last topic, management based local wisdom in Ternate. north of Maluku Province have a location between two oceans, India and Pacific, and two continents, Asia and Australian. Is the most developed and activity based the tectonic plate. There are 5 active volcanoes, earthquake, flood, landslide have occurred, and a variation ethnic groups in North Maluku provinces, if they experience social friction, will have the potential for a social disaster. And threats or transit economy, routes that provide the potential for epidemic, for example COVID-19 yang kita hadapi saat ini. Kemudian the fast economy triggers trade activity and give rise to urban communities based that industrial and transportation technology are increasing, which can cause disaster due to non-natural and technological case. The harmonization of natural and human by Alfred Russel Wallace. Dia pernah tinggal di Ternate kurang lebih 2 tahun. Sorry, I am good to speak language Indonesian and English for the point of understand in my present tense. The book The Malay Archipelago, Alfred Russel, the process of human adaptation to the environmental to maintain his life, which then becomes a habit and as culture. Okay, we get a lot of natural result from the impact of the disaster. Drought is soil fertility. If there is an eruption, you can harvest tree, harvest of cloves and nutmeg, building material like sand and stone. Like the presentation from the previous presence, I try to convert phenomenological culture approach in a strength management for disaster survivor in Ternate. Okay, the last slide. Research from Rugaya Pandawa in the 2016, the topic of natural disaster management based on local wisdom of indigenous people of Ternate City, make to 6 survival insight in people of local wisdom in Ternate. Okay. The first patterns are flexible or resilience. Thinking that allow for a new experience and view life progress, maintains a positive attitude to be explored. Individual with good resiliency understand that mistakes are not the end of everything. As example, Sasadu traditional house, it's made very flexible. If the eruption comes, the windows of the house are closed, and so the low roof can protect people in the house. For 2 patterns, belief. Fight is the strongest weapon in a life. Believe in a merciful good. Good is always present in life. Prayer in always offered. For example, to ask for protection for Allah, such as Kie Kulili culture, tahlilan, and lain-lain. For the 3 patterns, full of hope. Always want to live in prosperity after being hit by a disaster. For example, volcanic eruption can provide fertile plants. For patterns, last, love and belonging. In the worst circumstance, love is present to give strength and patience. Strive to help the distress of family, group, and community. As an example, Barifola, Babari, Mangente, Hapolas, all of this is a form of psychological support to this war are grieving. And 5 patterns is a smart experience. The experience of dealing with a disaster has made them smart. And finished patterns, 6 patterns is instinct. They have extraordinary instinct that are not instinct come naturally because it has experience. They sense that warning signs that were happening. They are very sensitive to situation that will occur in a disaster. For a conclusion, conclusion, disaster is sadness and at the same time gives grace. And society continue to adaptation to the environmental. And 6 pattern habit that has become cultural. For the finished slide, I want to quote Dalil Tifamoro. Ino fumangkanti nininga duka gosora sebualawa. Omdoro yomamote fomagororu fomadudara. Mari kita bertimbang rasa seperti pala dengan fuli, matang di pohon dan bersama dilandasi atas kasih dan sayang. Oke, thank you for attention and Subajo dan terima kasih.
Thank you, Mr. Wasis. Actually, there is Miss Amna here, and she said that those video is so great and so extraordinary. Miss Amna Javed. Okay. Hello, Miss. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Miss.
Hello, I'm audible.
Yeah, you are audible.
Assalamualaikum, walaikum assalam. Yes, the video you shared, it's very beautiful, very beautiful. The scenery, the images, and the color combination was great.
Yes,
Mashallah.
of course. This is from our city, Ternate, in
That's
Indonesia.
I wish to
Okay.
come.
Okay, Miss, we will continue or we will go ahead to the question and answer sessions in this moment. So please wait, Miss. Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Wasis Nugroho SCAP Nurse MCAP for giving us such informative and interesting presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, now come to the question and answer session. I'd like to have 3 questions from the participant. First is from Nurdila Fajrianti. Okay.
Okay, thank you for the great material, Mr. Wasis Nugroho. Introduce myself, my name is Nurdila Fajrianti. I'm come from Indonesia, nursing student at Muhammadiyah University, Jakarta. I want to ask, is it from people's ability to face disaster can be used globally? How can we be closer to Allah at the time of facing the disaster? Thank you.
Please,
Okay.
moderator, can you
Miss Nurdila Fajrianti, actually you can ask in Indonesia or in Bahasa. It's okay, I think, because Miss Wasis not. Yeah, it's okay using Bahasa here.
Okay, thank you for your ask for me. Nurdila, okay, thank you. In several references convey the same situation. This is very important for use strengthening in character education. That experience and trust and hope and love of belonging and develop instinctual ability, it is very important for our support because that's in your principle of make maju untuk bisa hidup atau bertahan hidup, survival. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wasis. There's a question from Mr. Lesi. A local wisdom still being maintained by today's young generation. The meaning is, apakah local wisdom atau kearifan lokal tetap dipertahankan pada hari ini oleh generasi muda? Please answer in Bahasa or in English. It's okay. Yeah, use Indonesia.
Speak in Indonesian.
Yeah, it's okay, sir.
Yeah. Thank you for your ask. Terima kasih atas pertanyaannya. Sesuai dengan beberapa riset yang Poltekkes Kemenkes Ternate para dosen melakukan dan memperoleh beberapa referensi yang terkait dengan riset phenomenology of local wisdom, memiliki beberapa hal yang masyarakat sendiri mempunyai adaptasi terhadap bagaimana mereka bisa mengatur bersama dengan kelompok masyarakatnya untuk terhindar atau mitigasi terhadap bencana. Seperti contoh misalnya dibuatlah semacam alat komunikasi yang seperti dolo-dolo misalnya. Jadi diketuk untuk menginformasikan kepada tetangga atau kepada keluarga terdekat bahwa memang ada situasi atau informasi yang memang harus perlu menjadi perhatian dan segera untuk menuju ke tempat yang baik untuk bisa ini. Ya, mungkin itu saja Pak Moderator.
Oh. This is the last questions from Rifai Dungio.
Okay, thank you, Moderator. Rifai Dongio, it's my friend in Polytechnic of Ministry from Ambon. I can see to hello, Mr. Rifai Dongio. Thank you for your ask. Saya akan mencoba untuk menjawab pertanyaannya bahwa Poltekkes Kemenkes Ternate now is a runtime activity, international or national seminar related to up-to-date disaster mitigation. Provide education, it's very important, and the 4 program with Center of Excellence. For example, to school children, cooperative with relevancy agencies, and Poltekkes Kemenkes Ternate routine activities international or national seminar related to up-to-date disaster mitigation. Making research, misalnya produk to support for disaster mitigation for the community in around of North Maluku, or everything refers to the analysis of the situation and policies of the region. Jadi menyesuaikan terhadap analisis terhadap dampak yang terjadi di lokal, kemudian juga terhadap kebijakan-kebijakan yang ada di pemerintah di Provinsi Maluku Utara. Dan Ternate sendiri kita tahu bahwa kejadian-kejadian bencana sering terjadi, dan bencana alam misalnya seperti gempa bumi itu pernah terjadi tahun 2011, itu terjadi berulang-ulang lebih dari 100 kali gempa, dan gempa terbesarnya adalah 7,5, dan ini merupakan suatu perhatian kepada kita untuk mencegah, untuk mitigation, supaya jangan sampai terjadi korban-korban yang kita tidak inginkan bersama. Masalah-masalah bencana itu yang tadi saya jelaskan dalam slide, bahwa selain bencana alam, bisa saja bencana-bencana horizontal, terjadi kerusuhan antar kelompok, terjadi kerusuhan antar daerah dan sebagainya. Dan juga karena Provinsi Maluku Utara adalah wilayah transport, perkembangan ekonomi, dan juga wilayah pertambangan. Dan yang satu yang paling penting adalah sekarang adalah welcome to tourism. Jadi kita perlu penguatan itu, jangan sampai terjadi terjadinya bencana atau kecelakaan yang nantinya bisa menyebabkan kecacatan ataupun kematian. Terima kasih.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's so great, and I think we can have a lot of opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of these presentations. Please show the certificate for Mr. Wasis Nugroho. This is your certificate, sir. Hope you enjoy, and
Thank you.
I would like to thank the speaker for the informative and interesting presentations and all the participants for the very active participations. Finally, give applause for the speaker and for you all. Ms. Amna Jafet. Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Wasis.
Thank you for all audience for attention. Thank you for moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Now, please welcome to the last but not least speaker, Dr. Amna Jafet, to deliver her presentations about early warning system for disaster risk reductions. For information, Dr. Amna Jafet is one of the lecturers in Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, the University of Faisalabad. She has received her bachelor degree in bioinformatics, University of Faisalabad, and taken her master degree at Master of Science, Food Science and Technology, University of Faisalabad, and doctoral degree from Doctorate of Philosophy or PhD, Food Science and Technology, and Doctorate Research Scholar at University of California, Davis, United States. He has a lot of administrative duties, membership, published journal, both from EC Web of Science and Scopus, social responsibility activities, professional services, awards, stewardship, present paper, whether from oral, plenary speaker, invited speaker, event organizer, poster, and mind presenter that I cannot mention one by one. Miss Dr. Amna Jafet, the time is yours. Please, sir.
I'm audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum to everyone. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I am Dr. Amna Javed. I am working as assistant professor in the University of Faisalabad. I'm also heading the Department of International Linkages, and I'm also performing my duties as the focal person in the Department of the Audit. Thank you so much for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to share my views with you. Let me share my screen and my presentation.
Okay, sir. Okay, miss, please.
Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, miss, absolutely clear.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The topic of my presentation and the discussion topic of today is global disaster management. And the sub-theme of that I'm going to describe today is the early warning system for disaster risk reduction. First of all, I will give you a brief overview about the disasters, natural disasters, World Health Organization perspectives, and naturally occurring disaster all over the world. According to an estimation, every year, nearly 1 lakh people perish in natural disasters like earthquakes, volcanoes, hurricanes, cyclones, floods, wild wars, and droughts, while over 150 millions are impacted by them worldwide, according to the World Health Organization. Violent natural disasters have been a fact of human life since the beginning of the mankind, as we all know that. The exact figure of how many lives we lost during these disasters, nobody knows. We can only give a estimation. We only can give the round estimation, the round figure that this figure, the lives we lost in this disaster. Thanks to the journals, thanks to the traces that we can collect, and we can figure out that what is the loss of the property, what is the loss of the animals, human lives in this disaster. Here I'm going to share a brief historical overview about 10 deadly natural disasters and estimated death toll. The first one is the 1931 Yangtze River flood. Excessive rainfall over central China in July and August of 1931 triggered the most deadly natural disaster in world history. The Yangtze River overtopped its banks. According to the Cambridge University Press, 2018, the flood turned the Yangtze into what looked like a giant lake, or a giant ocean, and the number of the dead was around 2 million to 3.7 million people. The next one, it is the Yellow River flood that came into the 1887. The heavy rains swelled the river in September 1887. As a result of this flood, an estimated of 9 lakh to 2 million people lost their life. The third one is Shaanxi earthquake. The deadliest earthquake in history hit China's Shaanxi province on January 23, 1556, known as the Jiaojing Great Earthquake. It was estimated that about 830,000 people died in this earthquake. The fourth one, the Bhola cyclone, 1970s, that hit the Bangladesh on November 12 and 13 in 1970s. The strong storm surge combined with the lack of evacuation resulted a massive death toll estimated about 3 lakh to 5 lakh people. The next one, the Hittite earthquake. This catastrophic earthquake that ranks as one of the 3 deadliest quakes at all time. As many as 3 million people were affected by this quake. The sixth one, the Haiphong typhoon. Koringa cyclone as the 6th deadliest natural disaster in 1881 typhoon that hit the port city of Haiphong in Vietnam on October 8. This storm is also believed to have killed an estimated people of 3 lakh. The next one, 1920 Haiphong earthquake. The Haiphong earthquake was the largest quake recorded in China in the 20th century with the highest magnitude and intensity, which were responsible of about 30,000 deaths according to a 2020 study published in the Journal of Landslides. The next one, the AD's 528 Antioch earthquake. About 25,000 people died when this tremor hit the Byzantine Empire city in the May 526. The ninth one, Tangshan earthquake. On July 28, 1976, the Chinese city of Tangshan was razed to the ground by a magnitude of 7.8 earthquake. Tangshan, an individual and industrial city with a population of about 1 million at the time of that disaster, suffered staggering casualties of over 240,000 people. And it is estimated that 85% of Tangshan's building was collapsed and trembles were feared in the Beijing, that is the China's another city more than 100 miles away. And the last one, the 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake and tsunami, a catastrophic earthquake that struck undersea off the west coast Sumatra, Indonesia on 20 December 26, 2004. The quake created a massive tsunami that killed about 230,000 people and displaced nearly about 2 million of the people. So after seeing all these pictures and damages, what came into your mind? Firstly, what is a disaster? Anyone wanna do the participation can inbox in the chat box.
Okay, Ms. Amna asked the participant to answer what is the disaster. Anybody can answer the questions?
Anyone want to participate? What is a
Okay.
disaster? What's the first glimpse came into your mind when you listen the word of the disaster?
For me, Miss, actually, the disaster is a phenomenon of the weather from the natural disaster or man-made disaster. So it is real depend on the situations that we have or that we face.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're right.
Miss.
So a disaster is an occurrence disrupting the normal conditions of existing and causing a level of suffering that exceeds the capacity of the adjustments of the affected community. It is a standardized definition according to the World Health Organization. Basically, there are the 2 types of the disasters. First one is a natural disaster, and the second one is the man-made, or you can say the technological disasters. In natural disasters, geographical, hydrological, climatological, meteorological, biological, science, space disasters, food insecurity, epidemics and pandemics, and displaced population. While in the man-made disaster, environmental degradation, pollution, terrorism, and accidents. There are the 3 levels of the disasters. Level 1 is less severe as compared to the level 3. In level 1, the organization or community has the capacity to maintain its resources and can respond to the effects of the disasters by itself. But in the level 2, assistance can be required by the external resources. However, it can be obtained from the nearby authorities. But level 3 is the most severest form of the disaster, in which the magnitude of the disaster exceeds from the capacity of the local community or the internal helpers or the region, and support is needed from the government level, for the federal, or from the international. Let me share a brief history of the disaster that Pakistan suffered. First one is the 1950s flood. The monsoon rain is a raining season that came into Pakistan every year in the summer. In the monsoon of the 1950s, it is estimated that 2,900 people was killed across the country. Punjab is the province of the Pakistan, including the city of the Lahore, a very famous city of the Pakistan, was among the worst hit when the river Ravi flooded. Over 1 lakh homes were destroyed, leaving around 9 lakh people homeless. There was in 1974, there was a Hunza earthquake. Hunza is a valley in the northern areas of the Pakistan. An earthquake hit the Hunza area in the northern Pakistan and also the Swat districts. About 5,300 people were killed and 17,000 injured, while 97,000 affected. Landslides, rock falls contributed to this damage. In 2000, there was a drought, and at least 1.2 people in the Balochistan, that is another province of the Pakistan, were affected by this drought, and over 100 died, mostly because of the dehydration and malnutrition. Millions of the animals perished in this drought. 2005, Kashmir quake. The Kashmir region was struck by an earthquake in Pakistan in October 8, 2005. That is not very past. About 73,000 people were killed and more than 3.3 million made homeless due to this destructive and catastrophic earthquake. In 2007, Cyclone Yamin, as a result of the flash floods triggered by the cyclones Yamin, which struck coastal areas in early July 2007. In 2010, there was another disaster which killed 20 people, around 40 houses sliding into the Hunza River. Some 20,000 were forced to leave their houses due to this earthquake. In 2010, Pakistan has sought international help for this flooding disaster. Despite massive evacuation, there were the death toll which rise as flooding reaches the southern Punjab of the Sindh. This is another province, and the risk of waterborne diseases outbreaks increases in many areas. So death rate was quite high in this flood because there was many waterborne diseases and infections and epidemics that spread all over. So while discussing the aims of the disaster management, reduction of losses, prompt and appropriate response, assistance with the rapid and durable recovery could only manage best the disaster. This is a life cycle of disaster management. The National Governors Association designed a phase of disaster model to help emergency managers prepare and respond to the disaster, also known as the life cycle of comprehensive emergency management. There are the 4 stages of this disaster. The first one is the mitigation stage. Each stage has a particular needs, requirements, distinct tools, resources, and faces different challenges. The mitigation and preparation stages are the pre-disaster stages, and the recovery and response stages are the post-disaster stages. First one is the mitigation stage. Mitigation measures before the disaster involves taking sustained action to prevent or reduce the long-term causes, impacts, and consequences of a disaster. It is the initial phase of the disaster management and should be considered before a disaster occurs. In the mitigation stage, to follow up this, we have to identify certain steps, like when disaster can occur in a certain community, it regarding to the geographical distinction. the likelihood of its occurrence, that how many times a disaster can hit a particular place during a year, the consequences of the events in terms of casualties, destructions, and disruption of the services, the cost of response and recovery to a local community that is going to face it. The next one is the preparedness, means you have to make yourself prepare before the disaster, actions before the disasters, means readiness to respond, because it is not possible to mitigate completely against any natural or man-made disaster. So what we can do the preparedness in response to that disaster. Preparedness includes planning, training, and educational activities to make the people aware how to respond when there is a sudden hitness of any disaster. The third phase is the response phase. This is the post-disaster phase, when the event has hit the particular area. During or immediately after disaster, this phase occurs in the immediate manner, like you have to implement the disaster response plans. You have to take the action to protect yourself, your family, your animals. Conductive life-saving missions like evacuations, search, and rescue. Provisions of relocation, temporary shelter, provision of the food, provision of shelter, water, healthcare, emergency assistance, and medical services to the affectees. Responses addresses immediate threats presented by the disasters, like you have to save the life of you and your family, your friends, and your community. And the last stage is the recovery stage. It is the fourth stage of the disaster. And in this phase, the restoration of all aspects of the disaster impacts came to by. In the recovery stage, the community system is returned to its normal activities, and rebuilding, restoration efforts are going. What are the people doing? They are doing busy in the rehabilitation services, rebuilding of the damaged structures, preventing or reducing stress related to the illness or due to the damage, or the development of the practices and the policies to reduce the vulnerabilities and to avoid or prevent other similar situations that can hit during that phase. Okay, this is the whole graph that you can see. This portion compares to that portion that is the pre-disaster portion, and this is the post-disaster portion. In disaster mitigation, the risk assessments that can include the hazard assessments, means the mapping and monitoring of the risks, the vulnerabilities assessments, that means the assessment of the vulnerabilities of all elements that are exposed to a particular hazards. Then come to the prevention. Prevention is sub-broken into the two categories, that is structural measures and the other one is the non-structural measures. In the structural measures, there are the building codes, dams, flood walls, means you have to have some precautionary things to avoid that particular disaster. That if there are the flood in the particular area of the river or the lake, you have to build the flood walls to minimize its effect. And regarding to the non-structural measures, we have to do the planning, the insurance policies, the laws, and the public education seminars to make the people aware about how we can prevent the particular disaster. And about the preparedness, there is the planning of the actions such as a disaster. There are the training teams. There are some practices that we should do in our schools and in our universities so that our students could prepare themselves. And there are the warning and evacuation practices as well, so that our school students, our university students can manage how to tackle this problem if somewhere it's a sudden hit of that disaster. The other post-disaster, there are the disaster responses, that is relief, rehabilitation, and the reconstruction. In the relief, we search for the security, food, water, shelter, medicine, clothes, and healthcare. And for the rehabilitation centers, we need to do the restoration of the basic social functions and the reconstruction of the buildings, of the things, of the damaged property of the peoples. Early warning system for disaster risk reduction is basically a system that can be defined as a set of capacities needed to generate and disseminate timely and meaningful warning information of the possible extreme or disasters. Example, floods, droughts, fire, earthquake, tsunamis that threatens people's life. The purpose of this information is to enable the individual, communities, and organizations that threaten to prepare and act appropriately and in sufficient time to reduce the possibility of the harm and the loss. The traditional framework of early warning system is consist of the 3 phases. As you can see, the first one is the monitoring of the precursors. The second one is the forecasting of a probable event and the notification of the warning or an alert should be event of the catastrophic proportion that take place. But with the passage of the time and the study goes on, an improved 4-step framework has been introduced, in which another level is introduced, that is the onset of anticipated response. The purpose of this 4th element is to recognize the fact that there needs to be a response to the warning. The other basic thing of this early warning system is that the approach we are going to use must be people-centered. People-centered means that there should be the clear messages, dissemination systems that reach out that risk, and practiced and knowledgeable responses by risk management and public. Public awareness and education are critical. In addition, many sectors must be involved, like education sectors, government and non-government organizations. Effectively, warning systems must be embedded in an understandable manner and relevant to the communities which they serve. When we use this approach of the people-centered, 4 factors are in concern. First one is the risk knowledge. Risk knowledge arises from both the hazards and the vulnerabilities that are present in a particular geographical area. But what are the patterns and trends in those factors? Risk assessment and mapping will help to set priorities among early warning systems, needs, and guides preparation of responses and disaster prevention activities. Risk assessment could be based on historical perspectives and experience. This is the most thematic point of the risk knowledge, that we can use the historical experiences to prevent our upcoming disasters. What we are gaining from our historical perspective, how we are making the strategies, how we are improving our present and current strategies to tackle with our upcoming disaster, by taking the experience, by taking a lesson from our previous historical history. The other one for successful implementation of the early warning system is the warning services, the alerts that we disseminate in our public during the or before the any catastrophic temblor the earth. We have to do some warning services to make the people aware and alert about that system. A sound scientific basis for predicting potentially catastrophic events is required. Constant monitoring of the possible disaster precursors is one of the necessary steps to tackle this people-centered approach. The third one is dissemination. Dissemination to what? Dissemination of the messages, dissemination of the clear messages to the public, to the people, to the people who are not very much educated or qualified, who cannot understand the possible dissemination message that a higher security system can send. So there must be a good communication and dissemination system. This is a theme pillar of 4 elements. Clear, understandable warning must reach to those at the risk. For example, for people who are not aware how to tackle with the warning system, there must be a clear in their own native language. There should be messages for them to protect them, some or they can do some protective measures for their lives. And the fourth one is the response capability. This response capability lies to the people who are at the risk. what are the response they are going to show? Like you have done all these systems, like you have done the risk knowledge, you did the warning services, you disseminate the message, but if there is no response from the community, from the people, what you can do at that stage? For that purpose, it is essential that communities understand their risk, people understand the value of the life, and they must respect the warning services and should know how to react at that time. Building up a prepared community requires the participation of formal and informal education sectors, addressing the broader concept of the risk and vulnerability. There are the few examples that I shared for the early warning system that I was using in nowadays. First one for the for the earthquake. As you know, earthquakes are early warning system. You can measure the shaking waves, and United States of America, California has made a machine that is known as a shake alert, which gives you the exact time of the arrival of the shaking waves to a particular station. This can be done by the detecting the first energy to radiate when the earthquake starts, that is known as the P energy. And the P energy does not make many damages, and as it radiated, it gives the information that we first estimate the location and magnitude of the Earth. You can see this one. This is a screen flashing message that came up to this screen as the P energy is recorded. The method can provide warning before the P energy arrives at that particular situation. As the P energy, the shake alert receives the P energy waves. It gives a splashing message, give you a geographical graph, and also allow you to see the time slots, how much duration it will take to a particular place. The other one, the flood warning system that monitors the rainfall, river flow rate with the help of the detectors, gauges, coastal tidal gauges. These measures at the coastal areas to measure the the pressure of the waves and the cyclones. Flood watches, another example that are possibly used for the flooding areas, for the warning systems. This is a picture that usually for the coastal tidal gauges used to position near the sea levels to measure the sea level, measures the sea level and near the coastal areas, continuously measures and confirms tsunami waves following the earthquake. And there are dart bows. These are the example of the tsunami warning systems as well. Bottom recorder pressures. For the cyclones, there are the scatterometers. So there are many technologies that currently sciences and many scientists and many, the early warning systems and the sectors are using to detect the how, when, and how much the occurrence of the event to alert, to make the people alert and to minimize the losses of that particular disaster. So this is the conclusive point of my presentation, that there is a correlation between the disaster, a risk management, and reduction. We need to manage the risk, not only the disaster. This is the theme point of my presentation, that we need to manage the risk, not only the disasters. As we cannot reduce the severity of the natural disasters, the main opportunity for reducing risk lies in reducing vulnerability and exposures. Reducing these two components of the risk requires identifying and reducing the underlying drivers of the risk, which are particularly related to the poor economic and urban areas practices, environmental degradations, poverty, and maintain the sustainability development. And the other one is the management and risk reduction, depends upon the nature of the disaster, that we can do the management and the risk reduction only if we know what is the nature of the disaster. Like what type of the consequences we are going to face. Are we going to face the outcomes of the flood disasters? Like if we are going to face the disasters consequences of the flood, we have to deal with more medical assistance regarding to the outbreaks. Like we have to take care of the outbreaks, epidemics, and pandemics due to the waterborne diseases at that time. If we are going to tackle with the disaster like drought, we have to make the food security and shelter and the water, so we can minimize the consequences of the dehydration and malnutrition. And this is the picture that I like the most during the preparation of my presentation. As you can see in this picture, there are two sides. This is a side, this is river, and people are resident over here, and this is the danger zone as well, and this one is also, and this is a plantation you can see. But due to the population growth, urbanization practices, environmental degradation, deforestation, people are forced to live on the danger zone and the unsafe areas. As you can see, after some time, the houses are again, the peoples are, communities are living over the danger zones. So these are the main risks of the flooding. This area shows the flooding risk to this community and the landsliding, and they are more prone and vulnerable to any hazard in the environment. These are the references. Thank you so much for the kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss, for your presentations. It's so amazing presentations. There is questions from Sukatamin.
Yes.
From Ministry of Health of Indonesia, seeing the importance of disaster mitigation, is it possible to collaborate in the form of disaster management actions, not just knowledge, but skills? What do you think, Miss?
Yes, at the international level, I think all the countries, there should be a platform to collaborate, to manage the skills, to share the skills of the teachers, students, skilled persons, trainers, to train other countries, to other students in such informative seminars, so that we all the value of the lives. If there are the people, there is the value. If there are no people, there is no disasters. So people are directly linked to the disaster. We should collaborate on international forums to share our practices, to make the people trained to survive these disasters overall.
Okay, thank you, Miss. There is Miss. There's a questions from Miss Nuslasti Ramadhani. Please.
Yes, please.
Your voice not here. Unmute first. Yeah, okay.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
First of all, I just want to say thanks for the time they give me, Mom. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Nur Lastri. I am from in Poltekkes Kemenkes Ternate and take environmental major. So my question is there a specific disaster management in Pakistan? As in Ternate, we have Pukul Dolo Dolo as the alarm of disaster.
You can write
Thank
your
you.
question in the chat box. It would be a
Okay.
great help.
She means that is there any impact of the disaster management in your country? In Ternate, we have some impact or some specific actions. How about your country? Any specific actions for that?
Okay. For this purpose, there is a division in every country. I think there is a division of the rural and urban areas. There are some provinces that are very uplifted, and there are some provinces that are there. The people are not aware of the, the trainers and the education systems. So we are also divided in this section. In the very good rural areas, there are some, peoples who have the training skills to evacuate the people during this natural disaster. But in the very low margin line areas, the people are unaware even to how to respond to that management system. That's why I included the people-centered approach in my presentation, that we are doing the efforts, but at that particular time when the message is disseminated to evacuate the particular place, they are not even able to evacuate that place, and there is a massive loss of lives. But in the urban areas, there are proper management systems. There are the companies, and there are the governmental and non-governmental organizations who are managing the whole process. And we are also training and doing the on-ground practices in our schools and colleges to make the peoples and to our students especially, and in the childhood and in their very early classes, to make them able to do some exercises like the evacuation of the classroom during the university. If the bell rings for the alert, to make them alert how they respond to a particular event. Thank you.
Okay, Miss, thank you. There's another question from Miss Fitrianti Idrus. To Miss Fitrianti Idrus, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Mulyadi. Miss Amna, welcome. Nice to see you in virtual Zoom. I will ask you about Sendai framework disaster risk reduction. As we know, in this framework, try to support as comprehensive school. I will ask about how Pakistan implementation and how we start about the implementation school about risk reduction.
Okay, the questions is how to implement and how to start the implementations of disaster school or something like that in your country.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, on Pakistan perspective, based on disaster, Sendai from disaster risk reduction.
I will request the moderator to please
Okay.
repeat the question.
She asked about in Indonesia we have a school for disaster management system, and just he want to make a comparison how in Pakistan that the Pakistan have or has one of the school for disaster management system or kinds of that.
Yes, we have particular subjects in different areas of our teaching. Like we have a separate schools for the disaster management, as well as we have included in our course curricula a course that made the students and our university young students to study the whole outline to deal with that. Like if someone is not interested to take the the course the whole degree in the global disaster management and how to manage, then he or she at least know the how now of what are the basics of the disaster management. So we added a course in our curricula to make the students aware of that.
Miss Amna, sorry, in this Pakistan, the curriculum of the disaster will implementation start from the elementary school?
Not from the elementary school. We did from the matriculation level, that is the O levels, and from the 10th of grade, 9th to 10th of the grade, not very earlier grade. But in the earlier grade, what we do the on-ground practices, the team practices, like for the there are the children of the 1 to 2 grades, they cannot understand the rules. So we do some physical exercises and the on-ground practices to make them aware and make them alert for this.
Okay, any feedback, Ms. Fitrianti Idrus, or?
Okay, I think it's enough. Thank you so much, Ms. Amna, for the answer.
Okay, thank you. Miss, I want to ask you one question actually. Is it important to build disaster recovery site? And how important is it? What to be considerations?
Please repeat, because I have some difficulty in understanding the Indonesian English. Please.
Okay. Is it important to build disaster recovery site? Disaster recovery site, and how important it is? What to be considerations?
Okay, this is the 4th stage of the disaster management cycle. As I already described, there are the 4 phases, and this one is the last one phase of the disaster management cycle. This is a very important cycle. I would like to disseminate and decategorize this stage into the 2 categories, that is the short-term recovery and a long-term recovery. If we talk about the short-term recovery, it prolongs about 6 months to 1 year. When you do the construction, you do the basic managements to provide the people with the basic shelter, with clothes, and the medical assistance and everything. But if we go towards the category of long-term management, it could take the decades or years, because it will include the employment of the people who are damaged. Like if there is a building of the school and this is damaged, and there is an unemployment rate would be very high. So recovery could be structural, it could be non-structural, it could be regarding to the reconstruction, rehabilitation of the buildings, and it could also socioeconomic impact, employment, provision of the provision of the constant supply of the food, and the basic status level of the people.
Okay, Miss, thank you. There is another questions from Mr. Leslie. To Mr. Leslie, please. Mr. Leslie, you are inaudible. Mr. Leslie, please unmute.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Pak Mulyadi. Ms. Anna, I am Ridwan Lesi from Khairul University. And as we know that disaster have the impact to the economic, not only for the people, community, but also for the government. So in Indonesia, we try to encourage our government to provide the insurance from disaster to the community. What I mean is that just like health insurance or car insurance. So with the car accident, the insurance company can provide the money and pay to the victim. So my question is in the Pakistan government do like that, or what they do to help the people without the assistance of or helping from outside, from national NGO or international NGO? What I mean is what the government of Pakistan do to help the victim in disaster victim, about how to improve their economic, how to improve their ability to buy themselves. Thank you.
Okay, this is a very good question. In Pakistan, there are many governmental and non-governmental organizations who are working for this. In fact, many private organizations, in fact, in the University of the Faisalabad, where I'm serving, they are also providing many services to the rehabilitations to the affectees. Like as the previous pandemic, COVID-19, if we talk about that, they provide the provision of the sanitizers to food. And there was a flood that I talk about on the October 8, 2005. We provide the shelter, like the camps, the cloth camps, the food. So people are doing efforts on their own level, on their interpersonal level and intrapersonal level, on the both levels. And government of Pakistan is also made many organizations, the smaller and the bigger, in the urban and as well as in the rural areas, where the people report after the disaster and before the disaster. Of course, they do the warning systems and everything, and after the disaster hit the grounds, the services are provided, like the insurance policies. As you talked about, there are the insurance policies about the damage of the building, of the car, or there is a provision of food. There is also provision of some cash prizes for the affectees and the families, and the provision of the education to the children who have lost their schools. And on the, if I talk about the people are doing, which have good, the financial status, they are also contributing towards this part to make the people stable after the disaster hit the grounds.
Okay, thank you. There's another questions from Miss Irawati Sibua, please. Miss Irawati. Miss Irawati.
Very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mulyadi, and thank you very much for giving me a chance to. Assalamualaikum. Nice to meet you, Miss Amna. My question, I'm sorry. My name is Israwati. You may call me Ira. I'm from Healthy Poltekkes of Ternate, and now I'm in nursing department. Okay. According to your explanation about risk management, I'm sure every country has their own way of handling disaster. that occur in their country. So is there any form of cooperation in disaster risk management that has occurred in the world that has been implemented right now and jointly together? Maybe you can give me example. For example, maybe is Indonesia and Pakistan jointly carry out disaster management together or not? Thank you very much for your explanation.
I would like to request the moderator to repeat the question, please.
Okay, she asked about the document that we can collaborate to make a plan for disaster management. Is there any document or is there any actions or plan for us to collaborate, Miss?
To collaborate with Indonesia
and Pakistan.
Okay. Yes, first of all, we have to, very good question, Ira. I would like to categorize the document. Like if we are, what type of the disaster management and what is the nature of the disaster, we are going to categorize and we do the documentation. Like if we are talking about the natural or if we are talking about the technological. We have to make the strategic plan according to the nature of the disaster. Is it the man-made or is it the natural disaster? Like the pandemic and epidemics, you know, we are all going to the pandemic era. So we have a lot of documentation. We have the lot of precautions and SOPs. Similarly, we have to, first of all, we have to figure out what type of the disaster and what type of the edging disaster we are going to discuss and management. After that, we can do the planning arrangements and we can collaborate on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. There's another questions from Miss Rugaya Pandawa, please. Miss Rugaya Pandawa, okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mulyadi. Miss Amna, thank you for your time. I'm Rugaya Pandawa, a lecturer at the Ternate Health Polytechnic. Earthquakes are the most serious and mysterious natural disaster. North Maluku is one of the earthquake-prone area. What can be done? Mitigation as an effort to reduce disaster risk before the danger occurs, as happened in Pakistan. Thank you.
Okay, you got the question, Miss?
I would request to repeat, please.
Okay, the question is what can be done? What can be done for decrease or reduce the disaster risk in Pakistan and Indonesia as well?
Yeah,
so
North Maluku.
Again, yeah. So what type of disaster you faced in Maluku?
Earthquake.
Earthquakes.
Okay. So as you asked with regard to the mitigation, and it is the first phase of the management cycle. So it is the prevention phase. It is the initial phase. If you with the consideration, particularly for Maluku, there's the earthquake shakers. This is a machine device that is invented by the United States of America, one of the state that is the California. What we do, we install that machine, and as the first wave energy of the earthquake generate, that is known as the P energy, it measures the frequency intensity of that wave. And this wave does not damages as much as we consider. So first wave of energy is, you know, as we receive and we do some precautionary measures, we evacuated the particular area. As the other thing about the Maluku, as you all are aware that there is the multiple occurrence to hit that area. So you are already prepared for that there must be some temblor hit the grounds. So it is easy for you to make a strategic plan. Like you have some evacuation paths to make people, to provide them a space or shelter where they can move in, and in emergency response, they can evacuate the area on immediate basis. Second one, there must be a medical facility around that particular geographical area. So in case, like for the mitigation, it's a prevention phase, and we cannot absolutely prevent any natural disaster. We can reduce its consequences, but we cannot totally mitigate it. So there must be a good medical facility around that particular area, and there must be a good provision of the communication. There must be some detectors or satellite detectors. In case of the earthquake, all the communications are disturbed, or the telecommunications, and all the detectors are affected and dispositioned and relocated. So there are some satellite detectors must be used for this purpose, to detect what type of the the provision of the things or emergency needs the people required in that geographical area.
Okay, thank you, Miss. Medical facility and communication, for satellite adapters.
And
Thank you.
evacuated paths as well.
Evacuated path.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Miss. There's another questions from Miss Amira. Miss Amira, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mulyadi. Assalamualaikum, Miss Amna.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yeah, we are so glad you join us in virtual international seminar today. I want to ask your opinion about the early warning system management disaster, especially in Asia, with most developing countries that supported with good technology and resource to prevent disaster from happening. Which country do you think has a good early warning system to refer to? We can make an example.
Do you got the point, Miss? Do you got the point, Miss?
She is asking that which country had good resources for early warning system?
Yes.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, we all know about the geographical division, and what countries are in the list of the underdeveloped and what countries are in the developing countries. We all know there are the very good technology in the the European countries, the British countries, of course the United States of America, as I already mentioned its name, because they invented the machine of the earthshake. So of course these countries are very very well pampered with these devices and very good in technology, but the underdeveloped and developing countries are also trying to meet the standards of those. As in Pakistan, we are implying and very the coastal areas flooding technologies and the earth shakers. There are the warning system. So I think all the countries are doing the parallel approaches to make their country stable towards these natural disaster temblors and the cyclones and everything. And I wish I think we are the generation, we are the young generation. There are the multiple participants. I wish to have some technology from these participants to participate their economy, the country to stabilize and to tackle these problems in future.
Yes.
Okay, Miss. Thank you very much for your explanations. Any other questions from Nurhaliza Zangaji? Yeah, this is the last questions. Okay, Miss Nurhaliza Zangaji.
Okay, thank you so much for Pak Mulyadi for giving me opportunity to giving some question for Miss Amna Jafet. So my really concern is you mentioned about disaster by man-made. So what I really want to question is, since people doesn't give many attentions to in keeping the environmental, that maybe this kind of disaster is the most ignoring one, since people doesn't really aware with the danger that we're facing off. So my question is, how we focusing and giving some alert to society and giving some knowledge for people who doesn't really familiar with this case.
You are talking about the uh, pollution, environmental degradation, man approaches.
Yep, absolutely, miss.
Okay, if you want the people to make aware of this, I also included that point in my presentation. That is the people-centered approach. There must be some seminars, awareness campaigns on constant basis in the form of the series by the young students like you and the young participants all over in the seminar to do some seminars, the national or international campaigns to the rural areas where the people are unable to get the even the basic knowledge, basic education, to make them aware how to uh, tackle the environment. Because everybody knows towards today's most trending topics is the SDGs, that is Sustainable Development Goals, that ultimately meet somewhere the link to the natural disaster, where we talk about the poverty, inequality, work, decent work, to reduce the deforestation, to reduce the effects of the, the smoking, the air conditioners, the hydrochlorofluorocarbons, all the global warming. This is all leading us towards the natural disasters. So what we can do the awareness campaigns. We can make our young generations, our young childs to prohibit, to mitigate the environmental pollution. First of all, we have to save our environment for our future generations, to make them breathe in a good air. And for that purpose, I would also like to have technological, as I am the food scientist, my expertise are in the food science. I would like to introduce some foods, some natural foods having full capacity to deal the droughts and malnutrition disasters in the all over the world, around the globe, to make some food that is in the range and in the excess of that affectees at that particular time, and that is easy to transfer from one place to another, so that they can make themselves good, their health, and the some to tackle the problem of the malnutrition at that time.
Okay, thank you for the answer and for the explanation, Miss. Ladies and gentlemen, I think enough for the question and answer sessions. We finally come to the end of this presentations. Please show the certificate. This is your certificate, Dr. Amna Javed. I
Thank you
hope
so
you
much.
enjoy and useful for your career.
Thank you so much.
I would like to thank the speaker for the informative and interesting presentations and all the participants for the very active participations. Finally, give applause for the speaker and for you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was all the presentations from all presenters. For the next agenda, I invite the Master of Ceremony to take over. Master of Ceremony, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mulyadi. Finally, we are at the end of today's international seminar, Global Disaster Management. Hopefully, the knowledge there has been delivered and useful and can be applied in our life. Yeah. Certificates can be obtained automatically one day after the event. The errors of input name in the certificate is not the responsibility of the committee. Thank you very much to all of the speakers and all participants. That's all from us. Thank you very much. Salam sehat, salam tangguh. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Subajo.
Thank you, Miss Amna. You can leave Miss Amna actually. It's okay. No problem. Thank you, Miss. Oke, good. Bapak Ibu kita pakai bahasa Indonesia. Sudah selesai.
North Maluku is one of Indonesian provinces which located
Iya, boleh Pak.
Dengar?
Boleh Pak.
Masih ada sesi foto.
Nanti dulu.
Baik, Bapak Ibu sekalian, sebelum kita lanjutkan sesi foto, kepada seluruh teman-teman yang terhormat Ibu Direktur, Wakil Direktur 2, Wakil Direktur 3, dan seluruh sivitas akademika, terkhusus pada teman-teman panitia yang luar biasa. Alhamdulillah pada kesempatan ini kita telah menyelesaikan satu sesi kegiatan kita, dan ini merupakan kegiatan perdana. Alhamdulillah bisa berjalan baik dan lancar. Ini tidak terlepas dari kekompakan, kerjasama, dan selalu mengacu pada moto kita. Oh, ya, dari semuanya. Yang sebelumnya saya lebih fokuskan kepada seluruh peserta, terutama peserta dari luar sivitas akademika Poltekkes Kemenkes Ternate, baik para perawat, bidan, tenaga kesehatan lain seluruhnya, bahkan di luar Provinsi Maluku Utara yang pada kesempatan ini berkesempatan berpartisipasi mengikuti kegiatan ini, kami menyampaikan terima kasih dan penghargaan yang sebesar-besarnya. Tentunya pasti ada hal-hal yang tidak sempurna, hal-hal kecil maupun yang mungkin dianggap kurang berkenan, itulah keterbatasan kami, tapi insya Allah jika ada hal yang kurang ini, masukan dan saran menjadi perbaikan kami ke depan. Nah, khususnya pada panitia, apapun kita sudah melaksanakan suatu event yang luar biasa, mudah-mudahan ini menjadi cambuk semangat, menambah cambuk semangat buat kita untuk menyelesaikan, dan kita akan lanjut lagi pada kegiatan yang berkelanjutan dari kegiatan hari ini adalah insya Allah Sabtu dan Minggu. Kepada Bapak Ibu teman-teman yang masih berada di kanal Zoom ini, insya Allah pada hari Sabtu juga masih ada kegiatan seminar nasional, kemudian dengan workshop yang kami laksanakan, masih rangkaian dari kegiatan ini yang narasumbernya juga dari pusat, itu diantaranya adalah Kepala Badan Nasional Penanggulangan Bencana, dan kemudian kepala tim dari Basarnas Maluku Utara dan Kota Ternate. Kemudian ya, jadi intinya bahwa kegiatan ini adalah rangkaian kegiatan berkaitan dengan mitigasi bencana, ya sebagaimana yang kita laksanakan pada hari ini. Yang masih berkenan nanti akan kami kirimkan Zoom, bisa masuk bergabung lagi pada hari Sabtu dan hari Ahad, 2 hari berturut-turut seminar dan workshop. Yang lokasinya insya Allah kita laksanakan di Pantai Sulamadaha. Demikian beberapa hal. Kita berikan aplaus luar biasa untuk panitia. Begitu juga kepada mahasiswa yang begitu luar biasa sampai pada saat ini. Insya Allah Poltekkes ke depan semakin jaya. Hidup Poltekkes! Jaya Poltekkes! Terus bekerja cerdas, bekerja ikhlas, bekerja keras, dan bekerja tuntas. Insya Allah kita akan mengembangkan Poltekkes ke depan yang lebih baik. Demikian sekedar dari kami selaku penanggung jawab. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
in the northern part of East Indonesia. The province has been well known for Indonesian trade route since the past centuries. The region was in the trade route for its main source of spices commodities, that have been traded to Europe and other places in the world. Ternate, a